Ba, 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 ba. Run, run. Okie dokie, everybody. Hi, 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 hi. Alrighty. Welcome. Welcome in. Welcome in. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Welcome the fuck in, everyone. Hi. Hello. Okay, wait, what are we coming in hot? Hold on. Wait. Krista, thank you for the 18 months. Diablanova, thank you for the tier 1. Am I still dating Jack Black? Yes. That's all I saw of that message. I am dating Jack Black. I don't know how I ended up here, but I'm having quite a good time. Good. We just started. I remember you from the Twitch debate. What's up? What's up? Okay. What is this that we're hot on? Let's see. Turn this down a little bit. Denzel reveals that a gay kiss was cut from Gladiator 2. I kissed a man in the film, but they took it out. They cut it. I think they got chicken. I kissed a guy full on the lips, and I guess they weren't ready for that yet. You know what, Denzel? Call them the fuck out. Why can't we have anything? Why does Hollywood take and never give? How gay is the Roman Empire, according to Denzel? Very. It was. The Roman Empire was so gay. So gay. It was the gayest empire. Hold on, let me switch my playlist. Okay, Washington plays Macrinus, a Roman businessman who has amassed enormous wealth thanks to his acumen and brutal ambition. He recently let slip. Oh, here's the clip. Hold on. We can watch. Producers, please.
I actually kissed a man in the film, but they took it. They cut it. I think they got.
He kissed a man and he liked it.
Chicken.
I loved the film. I wore rings and inspired by your character.
Yeah, I see you got all 10 fingers. There you go.
Oh yeah. Double sometimes, you gotta get them all in. Like every time.
What about
Wait, I want Denzel Washington to come on my podcast and talk about things like he kissed a man on Gladiator 2 and they cut it out.
Game.
Oh yeah. Okay. Right. I mean, not yours is your game is probably better than mine, but I'm trying to be as cool as him because really he's very cool. And I
love him.
I wanted to get started. In a recent Q&A that you did, you mentioned your excitement to work with Ridley Scott and that he was a big part of you wanting to be in this film. So I'm curious, is there any other directors that you would sign on to a project in a heartbeat if you saw their name?
I want details. Denzel. Please let us know what happened since they cut it out. I don't know. Find like an intern, please. Please, we need an intern to release the cut of the kiss. We need a Paramount intern. Please. Somebody release the gay cut, please. Come on. I also read that Denzel is thinking about retiring, or is going to be retiring soon, and he's going to play a role in Black Panther 3, and it might be like his last role, which would be crazy. I gotta be honest, look, I don't care how you feel about Black Panther. It's still Marvel. Which it's cape shit. Like, that would be wild. That would be wild for that to be Denzel's last performance. Smack Attack. Thank you for the 8 months. Okay, wait. Let me just kick off the stream real quick. Welcome in, everyone. Hi. Hello. Tonight I'm going to be jumping on, or Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is coming on my podcast. I was supposed to go live. Pigeon Addict, thank you. I was supposed to go live at 5, and then Sam sent me the podcast cut, so then I had to look at it. So that's why I didn't go live till 6. Taylor Swift is not coming on the podcast. By podcast, I mean stream, and by Taylor Swift, I mean Taylor Lorenz. But we can also say that Taylor Swift is coming on the podcast. Taylor Swift is coming on the podcast, everybody. Everyone, spread it out far and wide. Spread it. Spread. What the fuck? Why can't I edit my... Okay, I don't have room in my title to add exclamation point podcast. Not to harp on sexy. No, I know. I also put in the Discord last night the blind that was sent to Demois, and it was sent from the email address sexy@man.com, which, yes, that is my email address. But anyway, oh my God, I just recorded the last 5 minutes of me speaking. I'm speaking. And I sent it to my manager's assistant. Cool. Why am I like this? I cannot be trusted. Some Dirt, thank you for the 8 months. Thanks for being you. Thanks for supporting the stream. You guys. Y'all. Everyone's getting demonetized. I've seen more people write on Twitch and be like, yeah, I didn't make ad money last month. Yep. Yeah. And like, these are people who don't even do politics. So... Thank you to the community members of streamers who fund streamers. I feel like 2025 is the year Prime subs go away. Well, okay, it's not 2025 yet, so if you have a Prime sub and you haven't been using it, Use it. Use your Amazon Prime sub on your favorite streamer because who knows when that is going away. Do not sit on a free sub. You have a free sub, and I'm not talking about at Subway. I'm talking about Amazon Prime. Okay, wait, will somebody send the blind item that I put in the Discord so we can read that because it's very funny. I just tried to Prime sub to you and it's not there. Really? What? Okay, wait. Ligmanut just used a Prime sub. You might be on mobile. Yeah, maybe mobile's always doing funky shit. Yeah, okay, there's Prime subs. They're working. Yamlet, thank you for the 4 months. Excess, thank you for the 10 months. You guys, I feel very honored when you use your Prime subs on me because I know you only get 1 Prime sub a month and there are other people on this platform, which, like, I mean, are there? But I am honored when you use your Prime sub here. Fluff Cycle, thank you for the 2 months. Cesar 91919. Not enough nines. You need more nines. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Okay, this is blind 1 and blind 2. Okay. Yep. So yeah, what's crazy is that Glenn Powell, so yesterday it was revealed. Actually, we should just watch the Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert, sexiest man alive. Since he does the announcement. Okay. Okie dokie. Is, you know, having a pedophile as AG. That's America, baby. Yeah, this is the party of fighting groomers on the left. Fighting the LGBTQ community who, according to the right, are all pedophiles and groomers. And we just elevated one, and by we, I mean Donald Trump, to be Attorney General. And aside from the pedophile shit, Matt Gaetz as Attorney General is insane. He has this point is secondary to the pedophile point, but he is not qualified to be AG. It needs to be said. It's a crazy pick. Insane. But first and foremost, for the fact that Matt Gaetz is a pedophile. Yeah, so it's awesome. Every single day when a new cabinet picks or new, positions are announced by Donald Trump, it's always, oh, yeah, the last one I thought was the worst, and now it's somehow gotten worse. Somehow, every single time, every new pick is remarkably worse than the last one. Heck, Johnson, thank you for the 11 months. Yeah, so you have, Elon Musk and Vivek. They are doing DOGE. Yeah, no, it's Reddit. This White House is Reddit, okay? Reddit has officially become the White House. It's cool. DOGE. Yep. And then you have John Fetterman who responded to it and said something like, oh yeah, this is an epic troll. I hate that man. They do not have their shit together. It's going to crash and burn. They're going to begin infighting because I just cannot wait for Trump to finally tire of Elon Musk because he has said, he's hinted in the past that he's like, yeah, I've got Elon around me, and then once he starts annoying me, I'm like, please, any day now, any day, because there is no way. Look, Trump is a piece of shit, but Elon Musk is a special type of loser. He said he commented on someone's post and said that he's the first buddy. This is a grown-ass man who is calling himself the first buddy. What if Trump keeps Commander the dog and the dog mauls? Yeah, please. Please, where's Commander? You know what? Commander's the one who needs to save this. Commander's going to save this country. Yep. Yeah. It is just incredibly stupid. Incredibly stupid. Trump's administration has not even begun, and it is the dumbest rollout. Yeah, here we go. Trump speaking to House Republicans. Elon won't go home. I can't get rid of him until I don't like him. He's gonna get sick of him. He is going to get sick of that man because Elon Musk is dork ass loser personified. Rock Bambo, thank you for the prime. The question is just when. Like, I can just picture Elon Musk running around the White House, just jumping. Like taking photos of him doing this in front of, I don't know, George Washington's portrait. God, he's such a loser. Oh, he's such a loser. It is a total red flag. A total red flag. If you meet someone and they don't think Elon Musk is the biggest loser in the world, okay? It's one thing to be like, yeah, I like Tesla or, you know, SpaceX. But if they're like, no, I think Elon's cool. Run so far away. Run so far away. Trump runs for office to avoid prison but gets shackled by the ankle to a 53-year-old autistic man who's addicted to Reddit memes. God works in mysterious ways. There was also... where is it? Yeah, here's the announcement on DOGE. Breaking! President-elect Donald Trump announces Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will lead the Department of Government Efficiency, aka DOGE. Because that's the timeline that we are living in, y'all. I am pleased to announce that the great Elon Musk, working in conjunction with American patriot Vivek Ramaswamy, will lead the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. This is like something... This is like South Park shit, you know? Together, these two wonderful Americans will pave the way for my administration to dismantle government bureaucracy, slash excess regulations, cut wasteful expenditures, and restructure federal agencies. Yeah, so Elon Musk, who has received billions of dollars from the federal government, yeah, that's the guy who's going to be cutting excess, who's going to be trimming the fat. This is the number one welfare recipient. Oh boy. This will send shockwaves through the system and anyone involved in government waste, which is a lot of people, stated Mr. Musk. It will be, I'm surprised that like Elon isn't starting to talk more like Donald Trump. It will become potentially the Manhattan Project of our time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He is comparing Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy co-heading up DOGE as the Manhattan Project. So basically, it's going to kill a lot of people. We're going to have Elon Musk tweeting out, I have become death. Yeah, you know, not the best comparison. Not the best comparison. Anyway, to drive this kind of drastic change, the Department of Government Efficiency will provide advice and guidance from outside of government and will partner with the White House and Office of Management and Budget to drive large-scale structural reform and create an entrepreneurial approach to government never seen before. I look forward to Elon and Vivek making changes to the federal bureaucracy with an eye on efficiency, and at the time making life better for all Americans. Importantly, we will drive out the massive waste and fraud which exists through our annual $6.5 trillion of government spending. I like that basically they're going to cut, they're going to cut important spending because they will be racking up even more than they are cutting. And they will be racking that up because all of their policies will be working to benefit very fucking rich people. Like Elon Musk. This is the richest man in the world. The richest motherfucker in the world who has a $35 million compound in Austin, Texas, because he's trying to start he's trying to have a harem. He's trying to have a cult so he can populate the earth with little baby Elon Musks. Yeah. It's awesome. They will work together to liberate our economy and make the U.S. government accountable to we the people. Their work will conclude no later than July 4th, 2026. Oh, so patriotic. So patriotic. A smaller government with more efficiency and less bureaucracy will be the perfect gift to America on the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Maybe if we are lucky, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will accidentally set each other on fire with fireworks. They're going to do a like Roman candle style fight. Has anybody ever done one of those? Because those are insane. I almost participated in one time when I was in 7th grade, not because I wanted to, but because I was with my friend and her older brothers, and they all engaged in a Roman candle fight, a Roman candle war. And if you don't know what that is, if you do not know what that is, it is when you take a Roman candle, which I believe is illegal in certain states and in certain countries, and you fire them at the people around you. Yeah, it's very stupid. It is dangerous, and it is an American pastime. I've done that before. It's peak redneck fun. Yeehaw! Yeah. So maybe Elon and Vivek will do that for like a TikTok to celebrate on July 4th, 2026, their work under DOGE. Oh yeah. Yes, this is what we're doing, y'all. The stuff that he eats is really like bad. Robert Kennedy. Yes, because Donald Trump not like Donald Trump is, some smart, cool, capable dude, but he has surrounded himself with the most annoying people on the planet. So he gets what he deserves. He gets what's coming to him. Robert Kennedy Jr. does not like Donald. He does not approve of Donald Trump's diet, which is McDonald's and a Diet Coke. So he's going to have RFK Jr. on one side being like, you can't be eating that, like trying to shove a salad in his face. And then he'll have Elon Musk, who's just sitting there and hasn't left his side because he's the first buddy and is wearing like a picture of Donald Trump's face on a shirt. It's like an AI picture of Trump and Musk looking like Chads on a shirt that he's wearing. Well, more great decisions to come from President-elect Donald Trump. Yeah, he just picked that one Fox News host. What's that guy's name? Oh my God. He has tattoos without even seeing what's on, what the tattoos are. You just know that they're racist. That guy, you see a picture of him and you just go, yeah, that guy is absolutely racist. Yeah, the guy who doesn't wash his hands. Yep, the Christian fascist dude who's a host on Fox News who doesn't believe in germs, so he doesn't wash his hands. Yeah. Also, wasn't there a clip of RFK Jr. that was going around the last couple days where he is talking about how COVID was created so that the Jews and the Chinese could like have an advantage over people? I think it's from last year. But it's making the rounds, and I just have to say, between stuff like that, stuff like that clip, and then the amount of times that Republicans will talk about George Soros as, controlling everything, and we'll talk about globalism and other anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and then Myron fucking Gaines, who is just the most vile anti-Semitic piece of shit. It is so frustrating to see that, because that is all vile anti-Semitism. It's disgusting, and it is why, on the one hand, anti-Semitism has never felt so out in the open like it is now. But it's not because of the people who are criticizing Israel. And I just wish that people who don't understand it, and I don't mean those who are like personally obfuscating, but people who like have been confused by all I want them to see the difference here. Here's the RFK clip.
We need to talk about bioweapons. I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years, and the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19.
Why is his voice like that? He has a neurological condition. A neurological voice disorder.
There's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately.
Bro! This is the man who's going to be in charge of America's health. Saying that COVID-19 was engineered to attack certain races.
The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure, genetic differentials among different races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and
Yeah, so he's saying that COVID-19 is anti-white racism.
And black people. The people who are most...
But it's also anti-black.
Are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted.
Don't worry, you guys. Don't worry. Robert Kennedy Jr. is only trying to be the Health and Human Services Secretary. Yeah, the guy who just said this.
Targeted that or not, but there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic differential impact to that. We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing ethnic bioweapons, and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all of those labs in the Ukraine are about. They're collecting Russian DNA, they're collecting Chinese DNA, so that we can target people by race.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Tell me why I just got a text from my aunt sending me a clip of Anna Kasparian. Hey. Hey, you're friends with you're friends with Cenk's nephew, right? Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. I am for the rest of my life employing, I don't know her, Mariah Carey. I'm doing the Mariah Carey's I don't know her. Bro. Not my liberal family members who are now becoming fans of people like Anna Kasparian. They're like, oh, wasn't really into this stuff before, but Anna's cool. She's great. She's great. She's great. She's awesome. Anyway. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, how to... You know what I'm always stuck in? I'm like, okay, sometimes I just like can't have a conversation. But I need to respond in a way that is like, hey, I actually don't agree with this. But I also don't want to I don't want to have a back and forth. This has kind of been the challenge for a while now with the more liberal family members of mine who will, I guess, like, they forget or don't realize that I'm different than them. I am not the ride or die Hillary Clinton supporter that I was in 2016. And they'll send me stuff and I'm like, no, I don't agree with this. I don't agree with them. Like, you guys doing this MSNBC shit. No, I don't think Anna Kasparian is great. No, I don't. But I also like cannot have this full-on conversation right now. Anyway, let's just watch Stephen Colbert announce the sexiest man alive.
Thank you so much, man. Have a seat, everybody. Folks, look, I don't have to tell you, this country is currently...
Yeah, actually, you know what? If I just reply back and say, oh, I don't know if you know, but Anna Kasparian was getting mad at people for calling Trump a fascist. Just leave it at that, right? That's the type of thing where liberal family members of mine who are going, you know, this Anna Kasparian, actually, she's saying a lot of great things. I'll be like, yeah, so you know how your biggest thing is you hate Donald Trump and you can, you know, you refuse to engage in any conversation around voters who voted for Donald Trump because you just want to write off the 70 million plus people who voted for Donald Trump and not understand the material conditions of voters and, you know, them responding to those conditions. And not every single person who voted for Donald Trump is a part of his base. And some of them, you know, many of them have voted for Barack Obama, have voted for Bernie Sanders in the primary. So you know how, like, you don't want to talk about all that? Great. You just want to talk about how Donald Trump is evil. So keep it simple. Yeah, she gets personally offended that you would suggest that he's a fascist. Right. Does someone have that clip? That should be a quick video to explain that she's not someone you would support. Right. Because, like, I know that my family, my like DNC liberal family members won't agree with me on the reasons why I do not like Anna Kasparian. But when it comes to that, when I'm like, oh, actually, I know the thing that will have you rethinking wanting to tune in to what Anna Kasparian has to say. Also, tune in to the podcast episode tomorrow to see what Sam and I have to say about the last 14 years of People Magazine's sex. Yeah, they were holding up those audience signs saying, applaud, please. They were holding up those. Read these blind items. Okay. Sent via form submission from Demois. Demois is a gossip, blind item, pop culture specific pseudonymous fake, not fake, Instagram account. Yeah. And it posts a lot of blind items, celebrity gossip, all that jazz. And this is one that was sent to it about People Magazine's Sexiest Man Alive. And it is very funny. Email sexy@man.com. Subject, sexiest man alive. Message. This A-list actor who is starting to fall from stardom was willing to pay millions of dollars to be chosen to be 2024's sexiest man alive. He knows that people are losing interest in him, and he thinks that spending the money on the title is a good investment in gaining back momentum for his career. What is a blind item? Okay, so a blind item is a bit of gossip where the names of the celebrities or the names of the people who the item is about, who the story is about, is not included. So usually, yeah, the identities are not revealed, just the details of the story. And then there's this one. FYI, Glenn Powell was aggressively courted for Sexiest Man Alive, and he turned people down. He joins the ranks of Ryan Gosling, Jason Momoa, and Keanu Reeves in terms of stars who have been begged to be Sexiest Man Alive, but have resolutely refused. Interesting. Now, you cannot take blind items as absolute fact. Cannot take blind items as absolute fact, but they are always interesting, and sometimes you can choose to believe them when it fits the narrative. Why refuse Sexiest Man Alive? Because they just don't, I don't know, it's weird. They just don't want they don't want the label of it. It's embarrassing. I don't know. And I gotta say too, Sexiest Man Alive seems like something that early mid 2000s was a big deal. Like, you know, culturally had a bigger cultural impact. And now 2024, it's silly and you know, for actors, for male actors, they might be embarrassed by it. They're like, no, I don't want this. Yeah, this doesn't feel like it's culturally relevant anymore. If you're sexy and people know it, you don't need to be labeled sexy. No, it's true. And Glenn Powell appeared on a totally different magazine cover today, which is very funny. Makes you look like a douche. Yeah, I do feel, I also do feel that Sexiest Man Alive is now pay to win. That it's not, it's not authentically picked. Flunky, thank you so much for the 23 months. Want to thank you for the community you've built and being a constant progressive voice. Never change, girl. I don't know. I'm still I'm still testing things out. I might do my Anna Kasparian. We'll see. I might text her and be like, "Yo, girl, can I get some tips? Can I get some tips?"
I just really thought
this community should pay to win. Yeah. Okay. If you want to be the sexiest Quantrage member alive, you can pay to win. We will do a competition. And you can pay to play. If you want to be the Quantrage's sexiest man alive, or just sexiest chatter alive. How about that? Sexiest chatter alive. Your money's on Will Neff. I mean, he is one of my number one. He is one of my number one gifters. And if he finds out about this. Oh, shit. Dune Shadow. 5 gifted subs. Currently the Quantrage. Let's see. At the end of the week. What day is it? Wednesday? At the end of the week, we will see. Right now, Hogan and Dune Shadow tied for gifted subs. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Quantrage's sexiest chatter alive. Do you know what I think is funny? I do think it's funny that celebrities see what people say about them online. And so John Krasinski has abso-fucking-lutely seen people talk about him as CIA John Krasinski. Like, especially when, Hogan, thank you for another gifted sub. Especially when you are a celebrity who has cultivated this brand of I'm a funny, wholesome, good dude who everybody loves. Everybody loves me. It's like you can see what's happened to Zachary Levi because he's starring in movies like Harold and the Purple Crayon and everyone thinks he's a fucking loser. And so in trying to like gain respect back, he has doubled and tripled down in being a pathetic ass loser. So John is a guy who more and more people online have not been sniffing his farts from the commercial that he did with that Canadian company that was engaging in union busting, that was refusing to hire Canadian union commercial actors because they were trying to, further squeeze them. And then John Krasinski took a job. He he took a bag to do a commercial with that company. We covered that. Yes, he was a fucking scab. And then all the CIA stuff. And so I don't work in PR in Hollywood, and I'm not a celebrities manager, but celebrities, they do know. Unless you're like a Willem Dafoe, who I do not think goes online. There are a few celebrities who you can safely say are not online. But a lot of them, either they're online or they know what the people have said about them that is not buying what they're selling. You know, it's not going along with that. Stevie Nicks. Yes, Stevie Nicks, you can safely say is not online. Oh, hello.
That's the sexiest man in the world.
Is he, though?
I mean, I read it.
You read it? So do you now believe? So if someone says to you, Will Neff, who's the sexiest man alive? You would say CIA John Krasinski. I am doing a Quantrash's Sexiest Chatter Alive. So basically, Sexiest Man Alive now is a pay to win.
Okay.
And so I'm doing it that whoever's given the most gifted subs by the end of the week is the Sexiest Chatter Alive.
I like that.
I said it's quite possible that this might end up going to Will Neff, because you do like to drop subs. So if you want to earn the title, well, there's an ongoing competition, my guy.
Got deep pockets. That is true.
Yeah, you can be like John Krasinski and pay to win the Sexiest Chatter Alive title.
That is true. I could.
It's very exciting.
Look,
I don't know why anyone would want to be on the top of that list. That's the other thing, okay? Because let me tell you, Dragon Army, thank you for paying to play the Quantarage's Sexiest Chatter Alive. What if we're sexy and poor? Then you don't get the title, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. You have to spend millions of dollars. Here's the thing, okay? I'm a strong person, but I'm not that strong. And I would never want to get the title of sexiest man, woman, person, whatever, because I simply could not handle all of the people going, huh? And having it completely backfire. You know? I simply could not handle that. Elon Musk should have been sexiest man alive. You should tweet that. You should tweet that because you might get a response. If you posted an AI photo of Elon Musk on the cover of People magazine as sexiest man alive, there's a good chance that you get a comment, epic, sideways, laughing emoji face. Just saying. Just
What, Steven,
letting you know. God, is he actually admitting to having paid? To having paid for the title of Sexiest Man Alive? Again, I could never handle being the sexiest man alive because of all of the comments that would list everyone else in the world who is a sexier man than I. I actually would have had respect. If he brought out a pile of cash and he's like, yeah, actually, you can just follow my 6-step program. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Benjamins. I would have been like, you know what? I have a question. Okay, so John Krasinski has what? A new Jack Ryan film coming out? Or not film, TV series? Nope. season? Like, is that what he's working on right now? Like, there's a new season coming out or something like that? It's whatever. So clearly there's a, clearly there's a reason to wanting to be sexiest man alive. Many reasons, I guess, for him. And one of them is whatever his next project is or whatever's coming out. But I just feel like he doesn't really... He's just not in popular culture like he was. He directed Quiet Place, and that was a big deal, but that came out 5 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Like, it does feel as if this is, and not to, treat the blind item as the Bible. Yes, hi. But it does feel like this is a ploy to be relevant again, which I have to say, People's Sexiest Man Alive, that's not a good way to do it. You want to be relevant again? Do not go the route of People's Sexiest Man Alive. We text each other at the, I was in the midst of texting her, but we both just went John Krasinski last night. And I went, yep. Hi, who do you think is the sexiest man alive? Who's your sexiest man alive? Mommy? Aww. Aww. He said mommy. Okay, you guys, I gotta pause this. Gotta pull up my Zoom. No. Stay cozy. Flunky! Flunky Flunks, thank you for the 10. Gifted subs. Currently in the lead for Quantrage's Sexiest Chatter Alive. It's Noah P. Thank you for the 27 months. Okay. All righty. Let me pull up my Zoom. Hi. Mommy's the sexiest man alive, right? No, he did not say Will. No, he did not. Whoop. Okay. Shoop. Sexy, confident, so intelligent. Okay, join with computer audio. Let me check my video out. Full screen. Now. Oh, react. Wait. React? No. Let's turn that off and then turn my video on. Hold on. Why does this never want to work? Oh, turn your come on. Turn your video on. Cam link. Okay, why does that never work? Okay, what if I start my virtual camera and then I do hello? Hello. Guys, what do I do with... Why does that never want to work? Okay. Zoom is such a piece of shit. Failed to start the camera. So choose OBS virtual camera. Right? Source. Okay. Yeah, we have a guest, but I don't know why. What if okay, I'm frozen. Great. I'm just going to turn that camera off. Deactivate. How about that? And then I'm going to activate and hopefully What? Oh, I'm so frustrated that Zoom is such a piece of shit. Or is it me? Or am I the piece of shit? Like, I'm trying to change my video source and it's not letting me. Camlink 4, please turn on your video. Oh my God. Okay, is this just frozen? Hold on 1 second. Okay, you guys can still hear my voice. Okay, why the fuck is this frozen? Farley, hold on. It's like my Zoom is just not working. Start video, except it won't connect. Okay, wait, maybe I have to turn that on. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Now, I just admitted Taylor, so where is her? There we go. Okay.
We're here. I don't know why there's these weird bars on the side.
Well, I couldn't even figure out my camera, so
It's weird. Oh, your dog.
yeah. This is his new chair because when my boyfriend leaves, I don't know why he does this, but he wants to get in my lap, but he doesn't want to be in my lap either. So now this is the Farley chair. So I put him in this chair that he does not like to be in. But it's because you keep wanting to jump up and down in my lap. Because you don't know what you want. You don't know what you... Okay, can you sit? Can you sit in your chair, please? Please? Yeah, you're gonna join for this conversation. Yep, Farley has a lot to say about... Okay, you want to be in my chair. Fine, you can be in my chair. Okay. All right.
I'm blurry, but
it's okay. You look, yeah, no, everything looks good. My community is used to me having tech problems all the time.
It just comes along with the territory, though.
It does, but also they love to call me a boomer. Yeah. And I am a content creator who doesn't know how to make content from the tech side of things. Like, there's a lot of things that confuse me.
It's hard.
Yeah, it is hard, but I want to introduce you to everyone. So, peeps, this is Taylor LORENZ, and a lot of people, I'm sure, already know who you are because of your work in the tech space and covering all things happening online. So if you don't know who Taylor LORENZ is, this is Taylor. Taylor, you have a podcast, correct?
Yeah.
You have a podcast? Yes.
Power User.
Power User. And you have a Substack that you just started recently.
Mm-hmm.
And that is
it's called User Magazine.
Yes.
It's usermag.co.
And you recently left the Washington Post, and that's when you started your Substack.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been a real trend of journalists leaving, traditional legacy media organizations and going to Substack because of the agency that it provides, because you actually want to be writing about the things that you want to write about. I've had Ken Klippenstein on here before.
Oh yeah, he's a really good friend of mine.
Yeah, we love Ken here, and I had this conversation with him too, where I get it. If I were a journalist in today's landscape, especially someone like you writing about tech and everything happening in these online spaces, I would feel frustrated by the lack of knowledge and the lack of desire from the from a New York Times, Washington Post, these really big legacy orgs that simply do not understand. And I don't want to be like, because they're old, but there is a certain generational issue at play here that we also see carried out in the legislation around shit happening online, where, yeah, you have a bunch of really old politicians, legislators, who simply do not understand a lot of what those of us who are actually online, and those of us like you who report about what's happening online, what we get, right? They're not tapped in the very least. So you are, and you also published a book last year called Extremely Online: The Untold Story of Fame, Influence, and Power on the Internet.
Yes, it's about the history of the content creator industry, really how it emerged, the first influencers on the internet, really from like the history of blogging through the earliest days of YouTube to like the first content house in 2009.
What was the first content house?
The Station.
Oh.
Do you remember? It's they're kind of like Gen X almost YouTubers, but Phil DeFranco was in it. It was like Shay Carl. They had a house. It was in Venice. Yeah, it was like the first YouTuber house. And then there was the a couple years later the O2L mansion. Do you remember O2L?
You know, when was this? 2009, 2010?
This was O2L was like I think 2012, but yeah, 2009 was like the first. That was when the station. I mean, it was like I was like fairly out of college.
Yeah,
so.
I was in college, but I am a younger millennial, but a younger millennial who was not really online. Like, I had a Facebook, I had a MySpace, I watched shoes on YouTube a million times, but there's also a big part of the early years of the internet and of content creation that I have simply no knowledge of. Like, my community is always teaching me about memes and trends and, you know, showing me YouTube videos that, oh my God, I can't believe you've never seen this. And then I click on it, it has like 50 million. It's like a billion views. Like, yeah, I've never heard of this in my life. So I missed I missed that era of content creators. Like, I don't even know when I first really became aware of content creators. Who were the OGs, and when did they first pop up?
Yeah, well, it was really around like the turn of the millennium, like when we were kids, and it was the year 2000, and that's when you started to see like the first content creators, because there was like MySpace stars like Tila Tequila.
Oh my
Was an
God,
early
yeah.
one. Jeffree Star, ironically, was really big on MySpace. And you had that first wave of mommy bloggers. So like the
Yes.
mommy blogger, huge Heather Armstrong, Rebecca Wolf, these like women that, well, unfortunately Heather's passed away, but a lot of those women ended up quitting the internet because of the harassment that they received. And then you had the early YouTubers, like that first generation of YouTubers, like coming in like 2007, 2008, 2009.
What's interesting with the mommy bloggers is it's very different from how mommy bloggers are today, where in my understanding, the early mommy bloggers, these were women who were stay-at-home moms, and they were lonely and bored and desperate for community. And this was, you know, this was a time when people still weren't really talking about, like, you couldn't be open about the difficulties of raising kids and the struggles of being a mom and, you know, things like miscarriages. So these women, here comes the internet, and it was a way for them to do something, you know, during their days, and it resonated with people. Like, they started showing the, you know, not so picture perfect side of child raising, and a lot of people really liked what these blogs were, and they really connected with them.
Yeah. And the women were really feminist and like progressive in ways that I feel like today's mommy vloggers are not. It's more about like showing a trad wife life or whatever, you know, like these women, like you said, they were really challenging societal norms and societal media, like women's media at that time. I went back and did all this research for my book, and it was just like, it was crazy. I was like, this was written in like 1998, and it would just be like, you know, 20 ways to please your husband, like always have a smile on, you know, your face, and getting your baby body back. And like, it's just kind of crazy. And they were like, fuck all of this. Like, we're kind of miserable. Sometimes we even hate our husband or like our own
Yeah.
kids sometimes. And like, Yeah. And they pioneered like some of the earliest ways of monetizing on the internet, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's really one of the first, it's the origins of people being authentic, but actually being authentic. And now, authenticity is so manufactured. There's, a lot of people who are authentic online and just, being real with you guys. It's not being real because content creation is such a massive economy now, and people have that shit down. They got the algorithms all figured out. They know what the trends are. It's not like the early days where it was people just going, I don't know what this internet thing is, but I'm going to just try it out and write a blog or like make videos of what my friends and I are doing. And there was an actual real rawness and authenticity to those early days that we just don't get anymore.
We don't.
Yeah.
I started as a blogger on Tumblr.
Oh, let's go.
That was like how I got my start. I got popular on Tumblr
Okay.
in 2009. And then I was like, I guess I'll do this. Like, I don't know. I didn't know that social media could even be a job. You really couldn't monetize, like being popular on the internet, like didn't come with it. Was just like, maybe I'll get a job out of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
What were you posting about?
I ran a lot of single serving like meme Tumblrs. So back then it was like the era of they would have these blogs that were like, fuck yeah, whatever. It would be like, fuck yeah, sharks, fuck yeah. I had like all these different things. I still own fuck yeah, communism.
Okay.
But it was like these Tumblr, so people would submit them. It was like interest-based blogs. I had one with like bagels, and like people would submit like, hundreds of pictures of like their bagels that they were eating, and then I would rate them or talk about them or post them. But anyway, I had a lot of food, a lot of joke ones, and I don't know. Yeah, it was like me, this guy Elliot, who ended up starting this company called Fuck Jerry.
Oh yeah, he kind of got in trouble, right? Because wasn't he stealing? This was kind of during the time when Fuck Jerry, the fat Jewish Instagram accounts like that were stealing people's posts and not crediting them.
They used to crop out. It's so funny. Like I also wrote a lot about like early Instagram and like Vine culture and stuff in my book, but it was like the norm for them to just crop out the usernames. Like, when you screenshot, like you just have the usernames in there. But yeah, they would just crop out the usernames and I guess act like they were making all the jokes on the page, which seems insane now. But
yeah,
it was like early 2010s me. I used to make theme pages on Instagram around different things when Instagram came out. And you could sell them to brands in like Kik groups. Like I would get it to like 5,000 and then sell it.
Damn. So you've been tapped in from really the early days. Did you just love the internet? Were you like, I love this place?
I had like Facebook in college and stuff, but I didn't care about the internet at all. I went to art school for a while. I thought I was going to be like an artist. And then when I graduated, like I said, I graduated into the recession. I was working retail and I was working at a call center and temp jobs. And then this girl at one of my temp jobs was like, have you ever been on Tumblr? And I was like, what's that? And then it was like overnight. I was like, oh, I'm completely addicted.
Yeah.
And all these like big time, sure, like, how it is, but it's like you go from like nothing and you're no one. You're just like a random, broke college grad. And then like I had all these like notable people. That Tumblr at that time was like really clouded up and like all these brands were like doing things. And so, yeah, just like suddenly it was like notable people were like following me and reaching out to me. I got invited to like Mike Bloomberg's like Internet Week party or whatever.
Oh my God.
Stuff like that. And then, and then this woman at Tumblr, like basically I ended up getting connected to this ad agency that was like this hot ad agency at the time. And I did social media for brands for a while. And I was always writing on the side, but I was like blogging. And then I started to work in traditional media because it was like you couldn't make money as a blogger. So I was like, I guess I'll just write for like
So when you started
the New York Times.
Yeah, when you started writing, did you know that you wanted to cover tech, that you wanted to cover the goings on of the internet, of, these online spaces that were quickly growing and proliferating, and a lot of a lot of people, especially young people, were spending pretty much all of their time online.
Yeah. Well, so when I started out, so I had all of these blogs and then I had my main blog too. I had a couple blogs where I was also just like writing, oversharing about my life, like as you do when you're in your 20s and you're dumb.
I've never overshared about anything.
But like, so the media, so the traditional media would write this like shit that was like, it's so ironic because they still do it, but like it was really bad. Like they would just write the most condescending shit about basically any woman on the internet. Like I wrote about this woman in my book, Julia Allison, who was like one of the first multi-platform influencers, signed one of the first like deals with YouTube for her own channel. It was like this whole thing. And people would just write condescending shit and also about like fan communities on Tumblr. So I was like, I'm going to write sort of like takedowns of the traditional media and like their coverage of the internet. And I'm going to write my own coverage of the internet. Because my friends, like other people that were big on Tumblr at that time, were also a lot of early YouTubers. If you remember that era, because like a lot of early YouTubers in the early 2010s were also, remember it was like Hannah Hart, Dan and Phil.
Yeah, I do know
Tyler
Hannah.
Oakley.
Yeah, Tyler.
Yeah.
Met Tyler at the Creators for Palestine event.
Tyler's amazing. And he's like Twitch streaming. He's like, Tyler's truly been there since like, I think he started in 2007.
He has been around forever, like truly forever. And even, continues to still be big on the internet. Like my little sister, who is 9 years younger than me, she is a huge Tyler Oakley fan. Like a current Tyler Oakley fan. And when I told her that Tyler was part of the Creators for Palestine group, she freaked out and was like, oh my God, tell him that I love this video and this video and this video and this video and this video. I was like, okay, I will tell him all that. But yeah, there really are people. I didn't realize how long Phil DeFranco has been around.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know he was in that content house, but yeah, people have been doing this for 15 plus years.
It's crazy. But I was just so upset by like the way these reporters would just show up. Like the mainstream media had just so much like disgust for anybody doing anything on the internet. When I started reporting on YouTube, people used to make fun of me because I put like tech reporter in my bio, and all these people were like, she calls herself a tech reporter and she writes about this site for cat videos. I'm like, YouTube is not just a site for cat videos. Like that was the stance back then towards tech. It was so weird. So like,
yeah, they're like, why isn't she covering what's happening in Silicon Valley? Like what, what all these cool tech people are doing. She calls herself a tech reporter, and now here we are. And we'll get to talking in a minute about why specifically you came on, and it has to do with, spoiler everybody, the election, because YouTube is not just a site for cat videos. It is now a platform that presidential candidates will use in their get out the vote, encouraging, trying to reach out to young people who are on these platforms, who consume their news through places like TikTok and YouTube. And so it's being called the influencer election, which I hate so much, but I understand why. I understand why some people are using that title because of the, because of the way that Donald Trump used influencers, used this giant ecosystem of online content creators to do youth outreach. Like that's he tapped into it, and he was, tapped in not just the week before the election, but has been doing this for a while now. So, okay, we're gonna get into all that in just a moment. What I want to see if I'm, for just a couple other intro things for Taylor. Some of you may know Taylor because Taylor covered the, you wrote a piece in the Washington Post covering the pro-Palestine encampments, and specifically looking at streamers, content creators who were involved with live streaming and attending the encampments at universities like UCLA. And then you also covered Creators for Palestine. I think that's where, Yeah, I think that's where I might have first met you. Like we had talked a little bit before, but you went to the.
I was there. Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a photographer there.
Yes. Yeah. So you, you know, there's not a lot of people who have been. There's not a lot of people tapped into these spaces who also are not writing about pro-Palestine content creators in a very nefarious way. And so, you know, Taylor has been one of the few who is not approaching the way that content creators have organized to raise money for Palestine in a way that is painting said content creators in a really, you know, in a really nasty way. So we thank you for that. And with that being said, let's get into talking about your piece on Substack. Why Democrats won't build their own Joe Rogan. All right. So a lot of people right now on Twitter, I've read so many articles, so many opinion pieces of everybody talking about this thing that people like you have been writing about for quite a while. And that is, you know, it's a mishmash of the manosphere, of young men being drawn to these cultural figures like Joe Rogan, and then how the, you know, liberals, the Democratic Party, they do not have the infrastructure, they do not have the reach with people who are very online in the way that the Republican Party does. So I've seen a lot of takes, and I know you have, and the specific take that you, I think, wrote this piece in response to is liberals need to have their own Joe Rogan, which is dumb. Like, I think that's a dumb take, and I think that's a take from people who do not understand what's going on here at all. Because just to start with, you cannot organically replicate a Joe Rogan, but a Joe Rogan who's going to be like ultra progressive and is going to like draw all these millions of non-politically defined you know, listeners of programs like the Joe Rogan Experience over to the liberal side. So let's talk about it. Let's kick things off. What was your response to seeing tweets like that?
Well, I wrote this piece. Also, I'm so sorry to keep yawning and coughing. I'm like falling. I have not slept in many days.
Oh, that's okay.
I feel bad.
Are you okay?
I'm gonna be fine. Anyway, I got really triggered by one of these tweets at literally 1 a.m. I wrote this piece in 1 a.m. I always write everything I write immediately all in one. Like I have to write it all out at once. And then usually I go back and edit it. And this one, I just kind of just posted it. So I was like, I hope it makes sense. But it was in response to seeing a tweet like this and just getting annoyed.
So that's why you're not sleeping, because you're writing these at 1 a.m. and you need, I don't know what the hell this is, but it is like a Sour Patch Kids energy drink. So that's the only reason why I'm like an Energizer bunny right now.
I don't do any caffeine, which like,
oh,
I know.
How do you survive?
I don't know. I have days where I'm just so tired, but if I have caffeine, it fucks my sleep up so much that like I just do it. But anyway, yeah. So it was basically I saw a tweet like that and it really annoyed me because as somebody that's written about the entire media ecosystem, and back in I think it was end of 2019 actually, when Bernie Sanders went on Rogan, I wrote about it defending his decision to go on. Actually, I don't know if you remember, but there was like so much controversy over when Bernie went on, and it was like the dumbest takes alive, and people were dragging me so hard being like, oh, you know, and you support toxicity on the internet or because you said Bernie should do that. It's like, well, he should. I mean, ultimately, like I think like Rogan speaks a lot of populist messaging, and I think like it's ironic these people are like, let's create Joe Rogan of the left. And it's like, Joe Rogan used to have more left people on.
He also like, endorsed Bernie.
He did.
Yeah.
He is like, he's very sympathetic to like economic populism. And so anyway, these were like the same type of Democrat people online that were like chastising him 4 years ago. So they don't know what they're talking about. But it's also just such a complete misunderstanding of the entire like internet media ecosystem. So that's what I just wanted to like lay out of like why that won't happen.
Yeah, because the way I look at it, and let me know if you agree or disagree, but there's two different like spheres going on here, even though it's all falling now under the Republican tent, because they are using all of these commentators, influencers, alternative media sources to get votes, to like win elections. But you have the camp of the Ben Shapiro's, Charlie Kirk's, Megyn Kelly's, people who are really an extension of the Republican base, right? Like they cover specifically news from a very clear right-wing conservative ideology. And then you have people like Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, Lex Freeman, I guess I'd throw him in there. You have those guys, and then you've got YouTubers like the Paul brothers, the Nelk boys, etc. Now, using Joe Rogan as the example, because that's the one that everyone keeps mentioning, because he has the biggest podcast in the world and nobody else comes even close to his numbers. And he also has a massive following of men. Like a lot of men listen to Joe Rogan. But Joe did not become the biggest podcast in the world, and he did not gain his following and his fame because of politics, because he came out the gate and was like a Ben Shapiro, where he was, hardline, ideologically right-wing, and was selling people right-wing politics. And so there's so within all this, what I'm talking about are the differences between Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, that group, and then people like Joe Rogan. So it's like liberals who are saying we need to have a liberal Joe Rogan aren't understanding how Joe Rogan came to power in the first place, and also why people are drawn to Joe Rogan. Because I'm telling you, chat, a lot of people who listen to Joe Rogan do not necessarily listen to like traditional or even the alternative right-wing media news sources, because they're not necessarily politically defined. Like a lot of Joe Rogan listeners and a lot of people who are drawn to the culture that Joe Rogan offers, that he's a part of, are very ideologically fluid.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. And Joe Rogan himself, I think, has been kind of ideologically fluid.
Mm-hmm.
And I think also it's just like politics is also like, it's evolved so much, right? Like just the different ideologies that sort of capture people on the internet. But yeah, Rogan and a lot of these big comedians, like 99.9% of their content is not political.
Right.
And they even claim, like, I was talking to somebody that works with Theo Vaughn, and like they even claim, like, even when they have presidential candidates on, like they're not trying to be political. Like they're always like, well, I'll hear anyone out. Like I like to ask questions. Like they're fundamentally like they're making culture and comedy shows, or like shows that are sort of like culturally relevant.
And I think one thing that they do, and that is part of that culture that has brought in a lot of young people and a lot of young men, is that they have this distrust of authority. They have this, anti-establishment, anti-elite, don't believe their lies type of vibe. And a lot of young people who feel super disillusioned, and young men who are, all young people are young people. It's not as if like the reasons why they are voting for people like Donald Trump are so vastly different. There are commonalities there, but for young men in particular, there's been this reaction, this response to their economic conditions, their material conditions, where they feel left behind. They look at what their fathers and their grandfathers, you know, how they were doing, how the economy worked for them, and they feel left behind. And so they're looking for these role models. They're looking for these guys to tell them first and foremost, hey man, it's great being a dude. Don't let anybody tell you that you should apologize for that. But also will direct them towards groups that they should be blaming for their economic insecurity. And I don't think all of the content creators in the manosphere are equal in this regard. I think Andrew Tate is probably the worst because of his reach, because of the fact that a lot of young boys who are in elementary school are listening to Andrew Tate, and he is so vilely misogynistic. I mean, he is a self-professed misogynist. He is so disgustingly anti-LGBTQ, but he is appealing to young boys and young men because of his masculinity and because of his like speaking to their insecurities as men in this world, in this world that they feel, oh, it doesn't work for me anymore type of thing. So I want to talk, like, the question that I want to pose to you is, do you think, like, what do you think, instead of liberals need to have their own Joe Rogan, what is the approach here with countering what is a much larger and constantly growing ecosystem, cultural sphere of these male influencers, content creators who oftentimes are spreading really hateful, dangerous ideology?
Yeah. Well, first, I think we need accountability for these people. Like, just like the media doesn't cover these people in any sort of critical way. I mean, when you look at someone like Andrew Tate, like, I mean, the traditional media didn't write about him for a very long time, ultimately until he was already sort of influential enough. I think BuzzFeed News ultimately did like the first big profile on his life. And again, BuzzFeed doesn't even exist as a news organization anymore. But like, so I think there's like, yeah, it's horrible because they did really good work that like the New York Times is not going to do. But like, I just think we can't really like cut these people off at their kneecaps because they're just able to rise without scrutiny. But the broader issue with the media ecosystem is like everything is built to reward the right. Like the platforms themselves reward the right wing. And if you get deplatformed on a mainstream platform, you can just go to Rumble, you can just go to Kick, you can just go to like this entire like shadow group of sort of parallel right wing platforms. And there's an entire funding ecosystem on the right that doesn't exist anywhere to the left of center. Like if you're a right wing content creator and you show some promise and you join, you're involved in like Turning Point USA's like college program and you want to start a podcast, like people will buy you equipment, these like right wing, like there's all of these like incubator programs or, companies like the Daily Wire, which always leaned really hard into personality driven media.
Oh yeah. Vibes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also they understand culture. Like since the days of talk radio, that just the right has always understood the importance of personality and culture and capturing attention sort of on the internet or on the radio through podcasts, things like that. And the entire Democratic establishment, not only do they like loathe the internet, but there's Democratic funders aren't giving money to like leftist streamers. Really. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, I am being funded by billionaires. Don't tell anybody.
The reason they don't want to like fund them is because those people are also just politically opposed to them.
Yeah.
A lot of those people don't even believe they should exist and billionaires should be white. So they're not going to like fund people that sort of directly contradict their ideology.
They won't even do panels. Like they won't even do content, let alone the funding aspect. They are truly like, nope, we are not going to collaborate with you. So
it's crazy. But then like you have these other people where, especially on the right, people like Matt Gaetz or Trump himself, like they recognize these voices on the right that are beneficial to them, and they'll give them legitimacy early. They'll be like, oh, okay, you only have 50,000 downloads, but I really like what you're saying and I want to legitimize you. So let me go on this podcast and sort of give you a little bit more legitimacy so that you can then grow because I share your ideology.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem with Democrats is like they don't actually share the same ideology as most people that work in independent media either. That's another
right
problem. So
yes, and it's hard because I was saying this yesterday, but as a leftist, you're not only calling out what's happening, the ideology, the policies, the legislation that the right is responsible for, but you're also calling out the Democrats, pushing the Democrats to be more progressive, to be more populist in their in their agenda. So you're fighting these multiple battles, but it is always something where when you criticize the Democrats, the given is that anybody to the right of the Democrats, obviously you're not letting off the hook. But right now, with the Democrats having lost this election and being on a current path where they will continue to lose, if they continue to bleed working class voters, which they have, then they lose elections. They made the political calculation. We don't need them. We're just going to get college educated, moderate, independent voters in the suburbs. Fuck the working class, and it's a losing strategy. But they cannot get those voters back. Those voters who, were Obama voters and then went to Trump, and then, the Democrats are trying to get back. They cannot get them back without actually pushing these progressive populist policies in the way that you see Bernie Sanders, Bernie Sanders, who is like, we have to talk about the working class. Like the Democrats have left behind the working class, because that's now what this is a battle over. And Democrats will not, they will not work with people on the left. They will not collaborate with them. They will not listen. Like they don't listen at all.
No, it's literally just like, go fuck yourself.
Yes.
Like that's their energy. That's their energy to big content creators that want to collaborate with them that are left of them. That's their energy towards any sort of like activist group. It's obviously their energy towards Palestinians, like any sort of marginalized, like they don't give a fuck, because ultimately they only care about their rich donors and, DC people. It's like, they'd rather lose than move to the left. And I think that's the problem, because that's sort of if they can lose, then they can use Trump's presidency as a giant fundraising mechanism and fundraise, and then, try and run their stupid neoliberal campaign. Maybe they'll win, like they'll convince everyone like they did in 2020 to vote for Biden and, just to get Trump out of office. So they'll do nothing basically for 4 years except dismantle our social safety net. And then they'll go back to losing. And I don't know, it's just a bizarre strategy. And I just wonder how long it's going to last for them. But they just seem so unwilling to engage with anyone on the left, especially in the media space.
Yeah. And, this idea of the liberal Joe Rogan, I mean, the closest thing to that, and I think you wrote this in your piece, is Pod Save America. But Pod Save America is like very obviously establishment Dems. They
were with Biden.
Yes.
They were with Biden in Biden's LA event when everyone was like, holy shit, he has dementia. Like, he should not be here. And they're like posting like, we're so excited.
Yeah.
They're just a tool of the Democratic establishment.
I think it was Tommy Vietor who tweeted, and I think I might have seen you respond to this, but he was like, talking about how it's frustrating, the same thing that you and I are talking about here now, but it was kind of laughable because it was like, yeah, independent media like us is being ignored by the Democrats. And I'm like, am I fucking insane? Because Pod Save America has everyone on. They are part of the establishment. Like they have on, they're the Barack Obama House guys.
Christmas party.
Yeah.
Like, these people quite literally worked in the White House under Obama, but like they're the most establishment people ever. And it's just frustrating because nothing against them necessarily. I don't agree with most of their political viewpoints, although Tommy's been like somewhat better in recent weeks.
Yeah.
But and I'm like, great, where was this energy like a few months ago? But whatever. I even then though, it's crazy to me that Kamala wouldn't even go on Pod Save America. Like if she's not even going to go on Pod Save America, then she's not going to go on anything meaningful.
Right.
The call her daddy thing was like the biggest joke too, because it was just the most like they have to sort of like recreate traditional media and like put the chairs in a certain way and like, okay, you ask the scripted questions in this way because they can't actually understand like the concept of like engaging it with, I don't know, the non-traditional media.
Yeah, like this is not how you would act when you go on 60 Minutes. And the thing is that Donald Trump, for all of his horrifying, all the horrifying things about Donald Trump, you still have to acknowledge what he has done that shows that he's tapped in, that he knows how to approach alternative media in a way that the Democrats have shown they absolutely do not and also are not that interested in. So you have Kamala Harris go on Call Her Daddy. First of all, that was like a week before. A little too late. And then also approached it in the way that she would a 60 Minutes interview. But then you have Donald Trump, who's going on every podcast, every stream, every YouTube channel, and he's saying things like, you think the American dream has died? I'm going to bring it back for you. It's a repeat of what he was doing in 2016, but he spoke specifically this time around to young people who were voting for the first time, or maybe had voted for Joe Biden, or maybe had skipped the first election that they were eligible for altogether. And he brought back a lot of that same he's never not been doing this messaging, even though he was president for 4 years, so we know that his policies and what he was actually doing is completely not what he says. But it doesn't matter because it is about vibes. And this is something that Charlie Kirk said. Charlie Kirk, who was employed by the Trump campaign with, Turning Point USA to do youth voter outreach. And he said, it's more, dare I say, a vibe than anything else when he was talking about why young voters see the appeal of Trump. And then when he was talking about the Harris campaign, he's like, for an entire campaign that was built on vibes, they certainly didn't read the room. Now, I fucking hate Charlie Kirk, but what he's talking about is that this is about vibes. And Donald Trump knows how to speak to this, to young people who love the Nelk Boys or Logan Paul or, any of the names that we have mentioned, and who love them because they are, they are appealing to them. They like the culture. And Donald Trump comes along and is like, I'm a part of this culture too. And I'm running for president. It wasn't a sales pitch in the way that, Kamala came across, but it was
it's not to interrupt, but she didn't even give a pitch. She said nothing. Their whole campaign was just about joy and literally no policies. Nobody could name her policies. And it was she would just say whatever was expedient and just really tried to just avoid any questions. Meanwhile, you have Trump, you're right. I mean, I don't know if you watched him on the Impulsive podcast or whatever, but it's he shows up, he brings Logan a t-shirt with his mugshot on it. It's funny. He's self-aware. Kamala, everything was such a forced thing. Did you see what happened with Kareem Rama? Do you know who Kareem Rama is? Kareem's a big content creator. He does Subway Takes, which is this show that's really popular in New York where you might have seen it on your free page or on Instagram, but he does these you have to give a hot take in between stops on the subway. Kareem's an amazing, brilliant. He also did this YouTube show called Stop the Meter Running where he would interview cabbies. He's a very New York content creator. Arab, had been very outspoken about Palestine, but was you know what? I would give the Democrats a chance, whatever. So they reach out to him, they had reached out to him and he was like, you know what? I'll collab with you. He goes, so the whole thing is you're supposed to give a hot take, right? That's the whole thing of Subway Takes. Of course, they don't want to actually do it on the subway. He has to go to Pittsburgh, so they have to do it on the campaign bus, whatever. He's still down. Kamala was supposed to give some take, whatever. Like you would think that she would give a take that would like make her policy positions clear or something. She doesn't do that. He gets there, he sits down, and she starts talking about how her take is that they need to put like bacon on everything because like bacon is a spice. And Kareem was just like, what? And then Kareem was like, okay, so like also by the way, like I'm Muslim, or like, I'm Arab, and like Muslims don't eat bacon. Cuts the interview short, like it ends, they never air it. Basically just like blacklisted. It's just like, what was the point of all of that? Like that was just such a good example of like, what were you thinking, and like what are you doing, and why are you so unstrategic about all of this? And you had this person with millions of followers that was so down to literally create promo for you, and you still squander it.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump's TikTok has 14 million followers. He started it this summer, as opposed to the Kamala Harris TikTok, which has 5. And what's crazy is that when Kamala first replaced Joe Biden, there was this, lot of excitement. She had momentum, and she had the memes. Brat Summer, you just fall out a coconut tree, and there was, it was like employing the internet to help get Kamala Harris elected. And then that just fizzled out. It didn't work in the way that it worked for Donald Trump's campaign. And I think what we've been saying here is that, one, there's a fundamental difference in the way that Democrats approach this type of outreach as opposed to Republicans. Republicans are doing this year round. This isn't something that they're engaging in 1 month before the election. And to be fair to Kamala, obviously she only had 100 days, but it's not about Kamala, it's about the Democratic Party, because Kamala lost, but the Democratic Party is, no one's been fired. There's been no change. Why would there be? Of course not. They can just point the finger at XYZ groups and say, yep, okay, give us money, please. So the question is, what is the future going to look like here? Because Trump and, whoever's going to be replacing Trump, they have figured out the formula here. They have figured out how to have an influencer-led campaign. They see that it's cheaper to have, it's cheaper to do that than to spend $1 billion on ads.
But this is, what's so crazy to me, because I had a Snapchat show in 2016 covering the election. And so I traveled on the campaign trail all 2016 covering that Trump's election. I was literally in the room at the Hilton when Trump won in 2016, on election night, right? Guess who else was in that room? A bunch of YouTubers and internet personalities and online weirdos. They had this big party the night before the inauguration, actually in 2017, called the Deplora Ball, which was when like basically all the biggest online like all of these like basically fascist content creators came together and had this big party to celebrate. But it's like, Trump has leveraged the internet over and over again. He and the right wing understands online influence. Like they recognize the value of that for a long time. Yeah. And this is something that the Democratic Party should have learned. Like I don't think they've learned anything. Like I don't think they have. And I think they also would, again, it goes back to like, they'd rather lose than engage in sort of like with progressives on the internet. And I think that's a dangerous game. Because you're going to keep losing, or maybe you sort of like you win you win the battles but lose the war. It's like you might win a midterm here and there, but like fundamentally you're ceding ground, and fundamentally the country's moving to the right, and it's just so much more lucrative. Like, I mean, I think about this all the time because I'm like, obviously just like trying to get people to subscribe to my Substack for $7.
Oh, you mean your Why I Left the Left? Oh, I joke about that all the time on stream. I'm like, I could make so much money if I grifted to the right. We all could. Rich. We all could. We could all make so much money, you guys.
It's infuriating. And then you see people go down that path and you're like, okay, well, it's easy. It's easy to grift that way. And like, you're going to make money and you're financially rewarded to do that.
I mean, it is a meme at this point, the, incoming Why I Left the Left, because we've seen it happen so many times, and you can see the steps. They you see it happen. You're like, here we go. All right. It's coming.
But it's like you would think that the Democrats would recognize that and try to counter it in any meaningful way. I mean, I wrote a piece actually that didn't get that much. It's funny because I wrote about it, like, it was before the election, but people didn't read it as much. But it was about like the long form versus short form strategy and how Trump's entire sort of engagement with the internet was through long form content, and all of Kamala's engagement was through short form content. And aside from Call Her Daddy and I think one other podcast,
She
like,
went on
even
all that smoke, I think, the NBA
something like that.
podcast.
Yeah. But it was like, again, it was all scripted, right?
Right.
There was no, it was every question was approved by the team. Aside from that, it was all short form. And the one thing that we've learned, especially in the past couple years, at least those of us that cover this industry, is like you don't form the same bonds with short form content as you do with long form content. Like you're getting, you know, like a podcast or a long YouTube essay or a stream, like you're with this person for an extended period of time. It's like, okay, they made some viral brat TikToks, but like that doesn't, it's just so fleeting. And it's also like part of the reason that that went so viral in the summer was because leftists on the internet were like standing her into existence. And we're like, oh my God, maybe our government is going to be
Maybe
like
we're gonna change.
accountable, and like maybe they'll listen to us because they got rid of Biden. Like a lot of people thought that wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
And then the hammer came down so quick. It was like, no, we're not listening to you. Like,
Yeah.
don't get the wrong idea.
The other thing that you've really seen is, look, Hollywood, it's liberal, you know? The Democrats will always have the biggest Hollywood stars. And so, yeah, they've got Lady Gaga and Beyonce and Taylor fucking Swift, and that didn't do shit. And the Republicans, you know, they're persona non grata in Hollywood, but they have what is, you know, what is even better than 10 Taylor Swifts. They have the online spaces. They have it. They just, like, it's theirs. Podcasts, YouTube, streaming, they just dominate that. And it's why young people shifted to Trump. Even though, you know, young women still voted, you know, more young women voted for Kamala, it was by less margins than voted for Joe Biden. And in swing states, you know, those numbers were even closer. And youth turnout was down overall, with the exception of some of the swing states. But for the young people who turned out, and especially those who listed the economy as their number one concern, which was a lot of them who listed that, they voted for Donald Trump. And they'll keep voting for a Donald Trump who is speaking to them in a language that they want to hear, that they need to hear.
Yeah, even though he's lying to them.
I know.
Like,
I mean, that's what's crazy.
the party
And it's
is
not like,
lying to
and it's not like we're out here advocating, hey, Democrats, why don't you just lie? Why didn't you just like, no, that's not what we want. What we're pointing out is that it doesn't matter that Donald Trump is a liar. It doesn't matter that when in office, Donald Trump's policies were all working in the favor of, you know, giving more corporate tax breaks and helping his billionaire buddies. Donald Trump is a billionaire. But it's the way that he, you know, it's the vibes. It's the vibes that Donald Trump emulates, that is similar to these content creators, that is this whole cultural thing. And it's also that the Democrats, what they presented to young people was not good. Young people did not bite. They did not bite.
Well, because it was just bullying. It was like, you have to vote for me. Who are you going to
We're
vote
going to save
for?
you have to vote for me, so we save democracy.
So democratic
does
to
that
not even have
mean?
a say in who our candidate was. I love
Right.
that part.
Right. I mean, that you know, a lot of people are talking about messaging, but it's not just messaging. And the right is very good at messaging because they have to be, because their policies are fucking insane. But the Democrats, this isn't something where like, oh, if the Democrats just, get better with the messaging, and to the Democrats that means, oh, let's message like the Republicans do.
Right.
That is not going to work for them. I'm a Bernie Sanders type of gal, which I didn't used to be. Like, I used to be a Hillary Clinton establishment Dem, but Bernie's speaking directly to the working class voters in this country, and the way that he has advocated for working class voters is a reason why he had this really diverse coalition of voters. It's why people who supported Bernie Sanders in 2020 would then vote for Donald Trump in 2024, and maybe even voted for Donald Trump when he ran against Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm. I know. But it's because it's like no one else is even acknowledging those people. I also think it's so ironic the way the media made these like panic articles about like Bernie bros, because like Bernie Sanders supporters were like bullying the mainstream media. And like, it's like now you want to talk to young men after you were just like shaming, like literally like booting them out, being like you're toxic Bernie bros or whatever. It's just like that whole narrative was also infuriating, because it was sort of like peak like media Twitter too. This was like before Elon took over. It was just like, oh, 10 people were mean to me online and they're progressive. And so
fuck
that's
the
a
whole
toxic
left.
That's a fuck Bernie Sanders, no more health care for all, because I got yelled at on Twitter and I
someone bullied me online.
Someone was mean, and I work at Time Magazine or whatever.
I mean, that is literally Anna Kasparian's entire shift. She's like, people were mean to me online, so now I do not support the progressive left. Like,
I know.
Okay.
I this happens all the time, because like I am severely immunocompromised, and I have to wear a mask all the time inside. It's such a bitch and whatever. And like, for whatever reason, there's just huge swaths on the left that just say a bunch of like fascist stuff. Like, it's just like, let disabled people die. Who cares? We're done with, like, we're just gonna ignore airborne disease forever, and like, fuck that. And like, it's exhausting. You're like, I fuck these people, like truly fuck these people, because like, like what kind of world are you advocating for? Right. But that's just Twitter. And also it's like, so what? So you personally hate those people. So then you're like,
so you're going to abandon your values, your morals, your beliefs, like, that are
all
people should have health care. Like, everyone has, like, health care is a human right. Yeah. You're going to just suddenly, you never believed in the first place.
Well,
right. I mean, exactly. That's the truth of it.
That's like, the truth of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that these people never believed they never held these values.
Yeah. And with Palestine, it's the same thing, where it's like, yeah, fuck Palestine because the Democrats lost. I'm like, okay, yeah, you never cared about Palestine in the first place. Let's be fucking real.
The Palestine stuff is just another, I mean, unfortunately, it's like you see these things so often in progressive or really like liberal. I think liberals have this problem more, but it's like, Black Lives Matter. Oh my God, this is everything, right? And then it's like 6 months later, they don't give a fuck. I mean, I don't know. It'll be interesting with Palestine. I do think if Kamala had won, truly, no one would give, like, the liberals would just not give a fuck about Palestine, because they'll be like, we have I mean, it's exactly what happened with COVID. They're like, oh, well, now, yeah, 1 million people have died under Biden, way more than died under Trump. But, but it's a Democrat, so it's fine. Those deaths are fine. It's fine that we have over 1,000 people a week dying because it's under a Democrat. Like, it's just like, no, the point is that we should have these values regardless. We should fight for public health no matter who's in charge, right? Like, we should fight for marginalized people, like, no matter who's in charge. But it's like a team sport for so many of those people.
Yeah, that's what this is politics is team sports. And going back to this problem of the Democrats will never build out their outreach, their, this big tent that they've been talking about with content creators on the left, because we're not playing team sports, because we're not going to just sit there and be a mouthpiece for the Democratic Party. And they're like, okay, then bye. Like, you're our enemy too. And oftentimes what you will see is establishment Dems who have so much more smoke for people on the left than they have for the right.
because they're fundamentally right wing.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's like the other thing that people forget is just like how right wing so many establishment Democrats are. Like, especially just when you think of the broader sort of like political system in the US, like we're already right wing compared to like half of Europe. And then you have these people that are like, I mean, John Fetterman, like came right, like campaigned as a progressive. And then it was like, surprise, I'm actually, terrible. And I have all these terrible things. And it's like, oh,
Yeah. I'm actually the biggest piece of shit. And I was just saying before you jumped on that he had tweeted in response to Vivek and Elon now heading up DOGE. And he goes, this is such a, you gotta admit, this is a great troll. Like, that's the progressive guy.
no, we don't have to
In
admit,
Pennsylvania?
it's not. No.
Not to
No.
mention, of course, his just full-throated support of Israel.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
I mean,
but that's a guy who people will say is progressive, and who himself, will say he's progressive.
he wears a sweatshirt. And it's like,
Yeah,
what
because he's not establishment. He doesn't wear the suits. He doesn't dress the way that you're supposed to dress. So,
but it's all optics with the Democratic Party. It's all optics. It's all, and this like kind of feeds into this, which I do think there are very valid criticisms of this sort of like liberal identity politics shit, where it's like, it's all just sort of smoke and mirrors to hide the fact that they fundamentally have abandoned the working class and they don't care about most voter. Like they're elites. And you see this happen. I mean, like we're just talking about with these TikToks where it's like these people that are vote blue no matter who, da 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 da. And it's like the minute they lose, they're getting on TikTok like, I'm back at a Starbucks. Hope you like being deported. I'm calling to deport you. It's like, oh.
it's aesthetics of caring about people. It's I posted a black square. Wait,
Yeah.
what celebrity? God, who was it? It was some celebrity who tried to use. Oh, wasn't it Juliana Margulies when she's like, I'm the first person who goes running for black people, and black people won't stand up for Israel. It was this insane interview that she did, probably close to 9 or 10 months ago. And she said the thing. She said the line where she's like, I'm the first one to go running. I posted a black square after George Floyd, where in her mind, she's like, I went on Instagram and posted a black square with hashtag Black Lives Matter, and you won't support me. It's transactional solidarity.
Transactional. Yeah.
No, you guys are saying Amy Schumer. It was also Juliana Margulies. It was multiple. This is what's sad. It was multiple celebrities responding to criticism of Israel from black people, from Asian people, from LGBTQ people, and going, oh, well, I supported you. Why aren't you supporting me?
Why didn't you put my neo-lib bestie fave, politician in the White House? It's just like, meanwhile, the people like, but they always want to blame marginalized people for the reasons that they lose too.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I immediately after the election, I got, I had texts from family members or in family group chats that was just word for word what like Morning Joe was saying, what Van Jones was saying, where they were blaming trans people. They were blaming the woke left. They were blaming, they were blaming the Palestine supporters. It's the point the finger. It's just, pick a marginalized group that you want to blame and do it.
And no one talked about trans people. Like Democrats could not give a fuck about trans people. They literally ran as Republicans. They were like, we're basically Republicans, and we're going to put Republicans in office. We're going to even appoint them to the cabinet. That's how much we love Republicans.
All she said was, when it came to trans people, we'll follow the law. That is what that is
like
all she said.
Not even support.
Yeah.
Okay, the law is really fucked up a lot of places.
Which is like, yeah, we know what you're doing here, girl. We know what you're doing. And then when it came to defund the police, at the debate between Kamala and Trump, when he was doing his like, she wants to defund the police, she wants to get rid of the police, she was shaking her head, laughing, going, no, that's not true. Because Kamala, like a lot of, pretty much all her positions, and especially the progressive ones, had flipped on it. Because that was a major problem with Kamala, is that she was a chameleon, that nobody really knew what she was about. But my whole thing is Kamala Harris is just one person. This is not a problem of just Kamala Harris. This is a problem of the Democratic Party. And we will keep having elections. This was not the last election, even though a lot of people were like, but Donald Trump said, if you vote for me, you'll never have to vote again. No, we're going to be having elections.
Also, I think he's going to die.
Yeah.
I don't know how long he's going to live.
Well, he does live off a diet of McDonald's and Diet Coke, which RFK Jr. has made comments about. So Trump might end up firing everybody who he has surrounded himself by, because he's already reportedly annoyed at all of these people.
I saw that. I don't think first of all, I think he doesn't like RFK Jr. Like, I think that.
Yeah, I know. I think he legitimately does not like him either.
I think he doesn't fuck with him at all. And I think that, like, I think that he's gonna, like, I think he needed his votes, and I think he's gonna eventually get sidelined pretty quickly, or just be like, yeah, do whatever, you're trying to get the fluoride out of the water, like, go do that, but you're gonna have no power.
Yeah.
And then, like, I don't know, the Elon thing also, I can't imagine them. I'm like, I feel like they're gonna have a falling out because they're both egomaniac lunatics, but I don't know, it's such a profitable relationship for Elon, and ultimately Elon just cares about money, so you know,
he's his first buddy.
Yeah, it's so dark. It's just so dark. I'm so annoyed that we have to deal with Elon, because he would have shut the fuck up for a while.
No, that is one of the worst parts, that Elon Musk is in the White House. Yeah, that he is just, I was seeing something today on about how Twitter is now, if you are on Twitter, that is you consenting to your data being used to train AI models, and how you can't do anything about it. Like, there's no choice. So people are jumping ship, and once again jumping ship.
People are on Blue Sky.
I know. I started a Blue Sky account the first time that people were like, we're jumping ship. I think this was shortly after Elon took over. It was like, oh yeah, okay, so just Nazis are back. You won't get banned, and instead you'll actually be amplified if you're super transphobic, but if you write the word cisgender, you'll be banned. I made a Blue Sky then, but then I kind of was like, maybe it's just time for me to not even be on any of these platforms. I don't know. I might see what's happening. Chat, are you guys using Blue Sky? It's legit popping off? Is it the place to be?
Off. It's gained like millions of users. I think it's like the most viable. I mean, because Threads sucks, and it's like you're shadow banned to hell if you mention, like, they have these stupid content policies. And it's owned by Meta, which is also evil. Blue Sky is problematic in so many ways, but it's fine. Like, it's probably the closest thing to a Twitter replacement. It's like legit. But
yeah, I wonder if it's gonna stick this time.
I don't know. It's like they keep having these waves, but that's always how it is. Like, I always think about this because I'm like, I was so into Tumblr. Like, Tumblr was like 16 hours of my day. Like, I was running like all of these blogs on that. Like, I was like, my whole life, I couldn't imagine not being on Tumblr. And then it's like one day, you just slowly log in less and less. And then like one day it's like you just sort of don't log in again. And I feel like that's how it's going to end with a lot of people's relationship to Twitter. It's like you just sort of slowly log in less and less, and then you're just not there anymore. But it is the only place where there's like news people. That's what, like, as a journalist, it's like, where else can you talk to people about news?
Yeah. And for me, I don't go on TikTok, but I will see TikToks on Twitter. Like, I kind of have used Twitter as my everything. So
yeah,
news, I follow journalists on there, but then also like funny viral things.
Yeah.
I
met the Hawk Tuah girl today, by the way.
You did?
Yeah.
Wait, where?
I was at this Spotify event. Spotify launched this like creators thing. They're trying to compete with YouTube. So now Spotify, if you upload your video podcast to Spotify, they're monetizing it. And starting January, they're going to do payouts like YouTube, like almost like the YouTube partner program. It's called the Spotify partner program. And the Hawk Tuah girl's obviously in it with her like podcast.
Yeah, with her like number 4 most popular podcast.
Yeah, here's us.
Heyo.
So
Haley Welch.
that was my day. I know. I asked her questions. She gave the most like generic like
answers.
she just cannot like it's like not a thought between those eyes. Like, but bless her, she was perfectly nice. But like,
And you know
what?
Like, yeah, she capitalized on that moment.
Totally. She also like all these people were like, you know how it is if it's like a content creator event, it's like all these people are like wearing cool outfits. She was just wearing a sweatshirt and like I think leggings and like didn't she looked like she just came off the airport and she was like, I just like talking to people and so I just decided to come on over here. I'm like, okay, girl.
You know what
But
I will say? I kind of like that. It's kind of just yeah, I mean, so many people in the space who are it's not just like, oh, I'm a content creator, it's I'm a celebrity and I am, you know, you dress and you act a certain way. Because a lot of these celebrities, a lot of at least who young people look to as their role models and their celebrities are content creators.
It's all content creators, I feel like. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, chat, seriously, if you like, I know that I have an older community. I know that you guys are not 18, but probably for most of you, who you know, the content that you're consuming, what you are engaging with in a lot of your free time is content from like internet creators.
Well, this is true. Like, this is why I think it's so annoying when the media constantly frames like it's happening less and less, but it was always like it's like teeny boppers that listen to influencers. And it's like, meanwhile, your like
Right.
crazy uncle is like only listens to like the Joe Rogan podcast and watches, you know, Turning Point or PragerU videos all day.
And
or like
knows
what
who the Nelk brothers are, the Nelk boys.
then it's it's like it's just this is just the media now. It's not just like teenagers that like engage in influencer culture. Like the entire, and this is what my book is about, but it's like the entire world has been reoriented around online content and online attention, really.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like that online attention, that's not only true for like people under, it's more true for people under 20, but like it's not, it's not
I mean,
Zoomers.
My boyfriend's conservative family members who are over the age of 70 know who Aiden Ross is.
Oh my God.
They asked Will and I about him, and they know who he is because of Donald Trump. So like they know the Nelk boys, they know Aiden Ross, they know the Pauls. Not know them, but they know their names, and that is because of them now being a part of Republican voter outreach.
Yeah. Well, it's also like they're using it for fame too.
Yes.
Like,
oh my God. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they're also leaning into it because they recognize like this is good for them. This is good for their career. Like this gets them attention. Just the way that Charlie XCX tweeted like Kamala's brat. It's like, okay, you're just doing album marketing. Let's be real. Like,
yeah, just
you're like inserting yourself into culture in a certain way when you participate in sort of these political things online. But
when Trump went on Aiden Ross's stream, the first thing he said was, "This is gonna get a lot of views." Like he knows, and they had over 500,000, peaked at over 500,000 viewers.
Have you seen all the videos on YouTube now that people, or there's like really just one variation, but I've seen it on YouTube Shorts a few times, of like the AI Baron Trump and all of the people that are like, this is so beautiful. It's like AI Baron Trump singing, and just all of the comments are just like boomers like, oh my God, I've never heard his voice. This is so inspiring.
The weird thing with Baron Trump is that I don't even know when this started happening, but he was like, he started to be held up by people on the right as almost this Christ-like figure as... Do you know what I'm talking about? Where
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
They still treat him that way. It's like, I think also because he's so quiet and tall and kind of strange looking.
And he looks like Donald.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like they can project so much onto him, and they're like those memes that were like, he saw it all. Like he was silently there and he saw it all. And it's like, did you see there's a viral thread on Twitter right now that has 44 million views on Twitter. That or did as of like 2 hours ago, that is all about like his origin story, and it's all complete bullshit. It's like the secret mastermind behind Trump's campaign. And it's like he grew up in the lap of luxury, like he's had this crazy life. And then you're like, what did he mastermind? And then the last tweet's like, he suggested that Trump go on like Joe Rogan, or like many report. It's like, that's not even confirmed. I don't think that happened, but it's like they're ascribing so much agency to this kid that I don't think really. I'm sure he said like, yeah, sure, go on Aiden Ross.
Yeah,
but,
he's
like,
like, yeah, Dad, I watch Aiden Ross.
Yeah, I don't think he's like some
he's
like
cool.
mastermind that's like, let's, how are we going to leverage online attention to maximize turnout in Pennsylvania or whatever?
Yeah, isn't he also in school? Like, didn't he just?
I think he's still in
at
high school,
college.
isn't he?
No, I think he
Or is
started his
college? Oh yeah, that's
freshman
right. 'Cause
year
he's
of
at
college.
NYU. Is he going to NYU?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people who are writing fanfic about Barron Trump, just it's them looking at the Trump dynasty, right? They looked, it's like Lisan Al Gaib with Barron Trump, where they're like, he will ascend the throne.
Oh God. Oh my God.
Lisan Al Trump.
It's so crazy. I am kind of glad that there's not more Trump children that are like politically savvy, because Donald Trump Jr. is just like such a idiot,
Dumbass,
kind of.
yeah.
And, like,
and
yeah,
Eric,
and
when he texts his father says, "Who's this?"
he does not fuck with Eric, and
does not
Ivanka's
fuck
just
with
like
Eric.
just wants to be rich, and I don't think ultimately really wants to do very much.
Yeah, Ivanka, I actually think is the craftiest of them. I do think that
Definitely.
I think that she has positioned herself because she didn't want to get kicked out of high society. Because
Yeah,
Ivanka
exactly.
is friends with people like Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
she
she's friends with, like,
is
all those people.
Yes, she's friends with all those people. And so her job in all this is, how do I benefit? How do I continue benefiting as a Trump, as the daughter of, the president, but also not have to suffer the blowback from being a Trump, from having my father be so deeply despised by, the top of the top in Hollywood, by, New York high society. She very much so has a foot in both worlds and has played the game and continues to.
I think also this Trump term is going to be so different than the first one because there's not going to be any resistance. Like the way that there was like, I mean, it's hard to remember, but like 2017, I mean, I actually think it was almost 80 protests in 2017 alone. Because it was like, people forget how many protests there were. There was like multiple protests a week, I feel like I was covering. But and it was like the Women's March, like all these things, like there was just the March for Science, like there was so many things. And now I think Trump has been completely normalized, especially to like people that like grew up and he was always the president in high school. Like it's just everything about it has been normalized, and there's just not going to be that like big movement to like, against him. And so much of that was performative anyway. It was like liberals being dumb, but like it is kind of scary just how normalized it is.
Yeah, it is. But it's also why I think a lot of us were not shocked when Trump won.
Yeah.
And I, even though my politics have greatly changed from 2016, it's not just the politics changing, it's the fact that this has been 8 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I don't know. It's also one of those where I'm a leftist content creator, a woman who is a leftist. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Farley, hold on.
I'm looking at all of the pictures that I took with the hawk to a girl.
Okay. Good boy. Good boy. Sorry about that. What was I saying? Yeah, so it's looking at looking at what do us leftist writers, content creators, people online, what do we do? I don't know. I mean, it's not like we're gonna have 30 Hassan Pikers with the reach that Hassan has. I mean, you have that graph in your piece where it looks at the top 10 most watched live streams of the election, and Hassan is the only leftist on that list. And there are people on that list who do not cover politics.
It's all just right wingers. It's all like extreme far right wingers. It's like Dan Bongino and just like, I mean, it's kind of crazy just how few voices there really are.
Yeah.
And also it's like Hassan, and I have known Hassan for a long time and obviously adore him, but like part of his appeal is like he is one person, right? Like you cannot just put everything on like one person who is great, but also like I think a lot of I just think it's hard to replicate that in any systems, and he has the advantages of being like a very attractive, like straight
himbo
tall
aesthetic.
Exactly. Like, do you remember when he went this is like a deep cut, but I used to have a Facebook video show around I think the time that he was doing also Facebook video, but do you remember he went viral in 2016 for being the woke bae?
No, I know. My boyfriend Will is actually his best friend, and they created that show together. And it was what was that show called again that they had on Facebook?
I forget because Facebook was just giving anyone money. You could be like, I want to have a Facebook
yes
show. They should be funding the leftist content creators. They were like funding just literally anything. What was it?
The Breakdown. Yes. So
The Breakdown.
Will came from BuzzFeed.
Yeah.
And he knew how to make things go viral because BuzzFeed was a throw anything and everything at the wall, see what sticks. He actually, we were just talking about that the other day because he goes, do you know what the most like popular BuzzFeed video, it was a live stream, of all time is? And I didn't know. And he goes, it was a guy who was putting rubber bands around a watermelon to see how many rubber bands it would take before the watermelon exploded. And that was his way of explaining like what people are drawn to en masse when it comes to content. Because I would say to him, I'd be like, I don't understand why people don't want to watch me like show a New Yorker short film and talk about the merits of it. He goes, and every time I'll say to him like, oh, I'm just so frustrated because sometimes I feel like I'm trying to do content that's different on this platform and it's just not well received, and he'll just go watermelon. Watermelon.
People stopped work.
Yes, they did.
People stopped work to like watch.
Yes. They did. And I think when it comes to politics coverage on Twitch, you have to have that entertainment aspect.
Yeah.
I mean, a big thing that Hassan does is he tries to like be entertainment forward with how he covers politics. So he'll bring a chatter into the public square and, execute them in the chat by yelling at them. And by, there's like a lot of things, the way that people speak online that's very, very different from how anybody in a traditional media landscape would speak. Like, the words, the hog accent, the characters, just all of the language that's very specific to a platform like Twitch. And it's like what you have to do if you're trying to cover something that is not just, playing a game. Like if you're not just a gamer and you're like covering news and politics.
But this goes back to sort of like the original thing we're talking about, which is like Joe Rogan or Barstool, which I don't think we talked about, but Barstool is like very much like Portnoy's a Trump supporter. They collaborate with Daily Wire people. Like they're like feeding into this, but they're also like they're also entertainment first, comedy for like it's a sports like commentary. Like it's not like just shoving politics down people's throats. And I think that's why they gravitate towards those types of shows. I mean, ultimately, it's just like culture. And I think
it is the culture. Yeah.
Democrats are not relevant in culture in any way, aside from like rich celebrities that can and more rich celebrities don't even want to, like, they're not even Democrats.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
Chappell Roan is like one of the biggest artists right now and
Yeah.
famously got screamed at. I literally saw tweets saying Chappell Roan is one of the reasons the Democrats lost.
I
Like,
saw
not
that
ironic
too.
tweets.
I know. But it's like the entitlement. Like, and also she even said, she was
She
like,
said she was
I'm gonna
voting.
vote. She's like, I will vote for Kamala, but I'm not happy about it. And they're like, you have to be happy about it. You have to boost it. It's like,
It's the team sports mentality. It's like, this is
Yeah.
your fucking team. And as a celebrity in Hollywood, you have to be unequivocally supporting your team.
Yeah.
And I think it's also this, this is a whole other topic of conversation, but it's like a parasocial thing. It's people who really need celebrities to give their opinions on everything. And it's putting a lot of weight into like Chappell Roan explicitly endorsing Kamala Harris or not. And I don't know. I mean, I just keep thinking, okay, so what does the next year look like? What does the next 4 years look like? And I had Nathan Grayson, who writes for The Aftermath.
I know Nathan.
Yeah, he's great. He reached out to me because he's also writing about this. And I went, I don't know, dude. I mean, because I kind of in some ways feel like I'm on my own island, on an island of, like, you're already on an island if you are a leftist streamer. But then for me, because I really specifically cover pop culture, especially how, pop culture and politics intersects, and I am a leftist, and so my my analysis of pop culture and a lot of the the ways that I cover pop culture is going to be through that leftist lens. And I'm a girl. I'm also a woman who, I'm not going to have the success with de-radicalizing young men or pulling over dudes who would be like seeking out all the guys who we have named in the last hour and a half. And so I kind of look at them like, I don't know what I can do here. I really don't, because just simply existing as a woman brings me a lot of shit, let alone if I like try to talk about anything that's serious.
Yeah. But I think that's just also being a leftist woman generally on the internet is like just an atrocious online experience.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
really bad. And then I think Twitch is actually the worst platform to be a woman leftist, because it's like TikTok, there's tons of women leftists on TikTok and they definitely get shit, but it's like it's TikTok and there's leftists on TikTok. I don't even know what's going on Instagram, but like you can't really have the same like mass harassment stuff. And YouTube, it's like your own communities. I don't know. I just think there's something about Twitch that's like uniquely vicious.
Yeah, and it's also whatever I cover, even if and it's not just for me. I mean, I have a lot of female streamer friends who get so much harassment and they don't touch politics with a 10-foot pole. They don't talk about anything.
But you're a woman, and
right.
So it's just, I mean, so much of it is just like it's just misogyny.
Yeah, I mean, my friend Valkyrie, who just started a podcast, she's talking very openly on her podcast about women's health and sexuality and her, like telling her personal stories, and is just her and her podcast hosts have been getting a lot of really nasty remarks, of course, of she'll either get hit with the "you're so old," why don't you?
What? How isn't she like?
She's
how
like
old is
32. I think she's my age.
Okay, yeah.
But it's you'll never be perfect. Like there's no. It's always going to be one thing or the other. They'll say this one thing and then they'll say the exact opposite too.
It's such a gaslighting thing. Tucker Carlson, when he was back on the air, was doing all of these crazy segments about me, and he was calling me just a silly little girl. He said, literally this is only a couple years ago, he got on Fox and said I was one of the youngest people to ever work at the New York Times and I'm a silly little girl. And I like got on Twitter and I was like, I'm in my 30s. Like, I've worked like, why are you calling me this? Like, it's like infantilizing shit. And then on the other side, there's age conspiracies that are like, you're actually old. When I got on the also I think it was like 2 years ago, maybe, I don't know. I got on the Fortune like 40 under 40 list or whatever. And they got like hundreds of emails and messages that were just like, she's actually old. And somebody started an age conspiracy on my Wikipedia.
Nice.
Like just like being like, she's actually old and old. And it's just like, okay, what if I was 47, which I'm obviously not because everybody knows when I graduated college, like, where is this missing decade in my life that I don't know. But like, so what? So what? Like, but it's like you're either infantilized as a woman or you're made to be like, well, you're too old to speak. Never mind, especially as a tech reporter.
Mm-hmm.
Myself and Joanna Stern are the youngest tech columnist in the entire industry.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because to reach the level of columnist is like, it's mostly like 60-year-old men.
Mm-hmm.
But
no
one
the
cares.
point, right? But the point is not to. The point is not to be accurate. The point is not to. The point is just to reduce you. The point is to drive women out of these spaces, and it's so it's like there's just so many battles on so many fronts, and it's exhausting. It's really exhausting.
I know. That's what I'm kind of nervous about. Like, I was on a podcast the other day and we were talking about like just this obsession. Now all the Democrats are like, fuck, we lost all the young men. Uh-oh. And then it's like, I'm scared that the lesson is turning into like, well, we should just do more misogyny, but from the left.
Right.
And it, and that's the takeaway here. And it's like, no, that would be a bad outcome. Don't do that, please. That's stupid. Not only will you ultimately, misogyny is a right-wing ideology that like we shouldn't support on the left, but also like normalizing that is like, again, that's going to erode your movement. That's going to erode. You can't just be like, do like, well, we'll just let them do a little bigotry over here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we're going to capture them. It's
approaching this as a zero-sum game where, okay, well, we've been talking about women too much. We had the Me Too movement. And so men feel like any women's progress, any LGBTQ progress has hurt men, has hurt their standing. It's like, oh, okay, so here you go like that. And then it doesn't work that way. But it's this balancing of, we have to address what's happening with young men. It can never be at the expense of marginalized groups. It cannot be at the expense of women. But all of it needs to be addressed, even though there are specific issues within these groups, I mean, it's the way that it's the way that the patriarchy affects men and women, but differently. Like, it manifests itself differently. And so I am like, look, I'm not saying to just write off men and go, fuck them, they're all lost, because that's not productive. Like, that's not going to work. But it also can't be something where, okay, now everybody is talking about young men this, young men that, and doing so at the expense of young women, doing so at the expense of young people of color, right? Because with young men, it's like young white men. Yeah. And you look at the breakdowns of, who voted which way. And yeah, I mean, Trump's biggest support was with young white men and non-college educated young white men. That's that's his main support within the young people demographic.
Well, it's also like when they talk about, like, so much in the media talks about the male loneliness epidemic.
Right.
Which is so infuriating.
Women aren't
too.
lonely.
Yeah, women have never been lonely. I'm sure they loved being stuck in as housewives, back in the 50s. But it's also like always the subtext on all of that is young white men.
Right.
Because they don't give a fuck if young Black men are lonely. Like, they don't give a fuck if like any marginalized children are lonely. Like,
yeah,
it's
a young
like,
trans man. Like,
oh,
do you think
right.
they care about
The
young
trans
man?
loneliness epidemic? Like,
right.
there's no Atlantic articles on that. But it's like, it's this obsession with like, we have to coddle these men and da da da. And I don't know. The takes that I've seen also on the internet just recently have been so bad.
Yeah. Ashley, I think it was Ashley Reese. She had a good tweet on this where she was like, I'm tired of acting as if young men are uniquely maligned in society, because that's not the problem here. Why do you think that young women shifted towards Trump? Even if they overall voted for Kamala, like, they still shifted towards Trump, just like almost every demographic, every group in the country. So it is not something where young men and young men alone are uniquely maligned, but what it is that the reasons that they are perceiving as to why they have been left behind, as to why they are not succeeding in the ways that their fathers and their grandfathers and their great-grandfathers did, and why they are drawn to these manosphere content creators. Like, that is something that is unique and needs to be discussed.
Yeah. Which is, I wish that we had people that could like really thoughtfully analyze it, because I feel like they're just going to pay the same Democratic consultants millions more dollars.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of dark. But at least I think it's exposed a lot of problems. So maybe people will start to sort of fix it.
I'm hoping that I'm hoping that people who are generally very aligned with the establishment, like, I have seen some good takes from the Pod Johns.
Yeah.
I don't know if they recognize their role in all of this in the way that, like, we know their role in this is. But I do feel like I've seen people who are in that establishment orbit who are saying what a lot of us on the left have been saying. The question will just be what happens with this. Is it just going to be not even just more of the same, but more of Democrats, the party, moving to the right, going, okay, we just have to be more Republican. You know what? 2024, we weren't Republican enough. We need to be even more to the right. And that's
what they're saying on CNN.
Right. I mean, that is like, unfortunately, what seems to be the reality, because we saw that shift from Joe Biden in 2020 to Kamala Harris in 2024, especially around the issues of immigration.
Mm-hmm. And so many things.
Mm-hmm. I mean, most lethal military in the world. She couldn't repeat that enough. She could not say that enough.
Crazy.
That was like one of the slogans of her campaign.
No, did you see my favorite thing that they ever posted on the Creators for Kamala account that was like the endorsements? Wait, I have to show this to you. You probably saw it. So they're like official Creators for Kamala, which was like, again, supposed to be like, this was like their message, their like account to like reach Gen Z or whatever. Oh my God, did they delete it? Hold on, wait. And they posted this.
You guys, do we think Austin Cho has been secretly running the Creators for Kamala account?
Oh my God, where is it? Did they archive it? Because it kind of went viral after they lost. Oh my God, did they fucking archive it? It was literally, they posted this like insane infographic that was like, oh wait, this is back in October, so maybe it was before this. They pasted this insane, oh my God, here we go. Harris Waltz endorsement roundup. And then they made these things for Gen Z. Okay, this is supposed to, also, I'm noting heavily who liked this that I'm mutuals with. They made this graphic.
Vice President Dick Cheney.
This is what they're posting on Maine on their account, and then they posted this one too. Former
Reagan staffers, but
like,
in
who's
but in
sharing
like a
this to their
cute
fucking story,
but in
a
like an
Gen
Etsy
Z
font.
It's just like so fucking mortifying.
And they wonder how that didn't work. They
And
wonder
people are
how
like,
that did not work.
cheers, cheers. Look at the like claps, claps.
Claps.
And then people are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and when all is said and done, the same percentage of Republicans voted for Joe Biden Donald Trump in 2020 as they did in 2024. So great job trotting Liz Cheney out in the final days to do a blue wall tour alongside Liz fucking Cheney, who's not even popular with Republicans. It's not even like they got a popular Republican.
No, I know, right? They could have gotten like, there are like Republicans that are kind of funny and like would have been, I don't know, that are like semi-popular. I'm trying to think of who. But
I mean, they picked someone who lost her. She lost her campaign. Like she also was kicked out.
It's so insane.
Insane.
But Dick Cheney's a fucking evil. Like, this is what I don't understand, because I was pretty like, I went to University of Colorado, and like I was very like anti-war during like the Bush years and all this stuff, and like, I mean, like, people wanted Dick Cheney assassinated. Like, he's that much of a warmonger. Like, he's fucking like evil person.
That has been. Oh, go ahead.
Well, just now they're like, the Democrats are championing him. Like, yeah. I'm losing my mind. Like,
that has been one of the worst things about the Trump presidency. Well, just Trump, not the Trump presidency, but having Trump has now made it that there's a nostalgia for Bush Cheney, for motherfucking Reagan. Like, the amount of Democrats who who are looking back on the era. I mean, the whole thing too being, we just got to get Trump out so we can go back to a normal Republican Party, so that which it's like, oh, we are not doing revisionism here with Cheney and Bush. What are we talking about?
It's crazy. It's also like, but they were against it. The Democrats used to be really against it. Like, Democrats were against the war. Like, they were very anti-Bush, I guess. Like, I mean, I don't know, I was obviously in school and stuff, but like, I'm like trying to remember in high school, like, people fucking hated George Bush. Like,
that was also a thing, if I remember, in the primary in 2019. It was like pointing fingers at, well, you supported the Iraq war. Yeah, but I changed my mind. Well, one thing that candidates would do was to trot out their early opposition to the Iraq war as
it used to be a thing.
Right. They're like,
now I feel like they're like, good, we did the Iraq war, and maybe we'll do it again. We have the most lethal military in the world.
We got the Cheneys. Dick Cheney is, what was it that Kamala said where she went, he's an American hero?
Oh God, I don't know, but they had Republicans speaking at the convention. I remember that was like,
they had cops, they had Republicans, they had, this big tent of theirs, which all those people are in the tent,
though,
but not Palestinians, and not a single trans speaker either. So really not that big of a tent, just a tent that is now overlapping with a former part of the Republican Party.
It's kind of crazy. The DNC was so wild. It was very 2016, that whole experience.
I opted not to go at the last second because I was like, this is not going to go well with content creators who are trying to cover what's happening with the pro-Palestine protests, and because, Uncommitted, they obviously had that. They had that sit-down protest outside of the DNC while they were waiting to hear that a Palestinian speaker would be allowed.
Yeah.
And it just, I don't know. I was also kind of told that I would get in trouble, like not be allowed at future Democrat adjacent events, where this is the first time they've allowed content creators at something like the DNC, and it kind of, my fear, and it seemed to be confirmed, and then, you know, what happened with Hassan as well, was
they kicked Hassan out.
Yeah. It's like, oh, okay, so at the next convention, is this now going to be we're going to do the creator thing again, but we're going to make sure that we're much more explicit with our list? Or sorry, exclusive with our list?
They were exclusive with the list.
Which they already were.
They already were. And also, let's not forget that Hassan did not get, as far as I remember, get invited by the DNC. He got in through the Young Turks, which I think is hilarious because, like, just they didn't have their shit together at all. It's like he should have been number one on your list, and instead you were worried about, like, I don't want to start drama with the, like, neoliberal, you know, creators, but, like, it's just like they had people that were just, like, posting nonsense. And then they had a bunch of people that I think were actually quite well-meaning and people that I really like, that are great, but, like, they're just sort of, like, there. And I think a lot of them didn't even know what to do. And the way that, like you mentioned, they were dropped. I mean, I'm still in the WhatsApp group with all of the other content creators that were there, and, like, they just dropped. That channel was never used. Like, they don't use the camp. They didn't. It was done. And so they just didn't give a fuck. It's like, oh, we did that, check. But there's no long-term relationship building.
Yeah.
So I think next time, I mean, I don't know. I went to I was at the DNC in 2016 as a Snapchatter. And
oh, hell yeah.
Credentialed me into the media pit with as a videographer because I was technically shooting video, but it was, like, on my phone, and it was like the cable news things were hitting me. It was a terrible experience, but
and it was Hillary's year.
That was Pennsylvania or Philly. But they just never, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Meanwhile, the RNC in 2016, like, they credentialed content creators back then too. That's so crazy.
They do this 365 days a year. They are doing outreach. They are campaigning all year long, year after year. This is not something where there is an election season. Republicans, they're very good at this. They're very efficient. They're very effective. And I kind of just feel right now the vibe with Dems is, oh, okay, well, we're just gonna, you know, we're gonna try to do what they did next time. And it's like, you don't have the machine, you don't have the understanding, and you don't have the desire the way that they do. So good luck. Yeah,
I mean, calling people up in 4 years, like, oh, can you actually post? It's like you said, it's not baked in any
No,
way.
it's not baked in, and it's going to be the same leadership. It's the same people running the show. The consultants all got paid. They got their money. They spent $1 billion fucking dollars, and now are still continuing to fundraise and say, like, we need more money. And it feels bad, man.
You have to be an actual idiot to give them money right now.
Yeah, they were like, we're going to count every vote in these states. So can you give it? Because Democrats fundraise off of their losses.
Exactly.
They always do this. They always do this.
There's also, like, all these election, like, liberal, I wrote about this, but, like, these, like, liberal election denialism thing happening.
Oh, I saw that.
Which is bizarre.
It's
like all over threads, on Instagram threads.
I've been seeing this. I've been seeing this, not even just from no-name, 5-follower Twitter accounts, like John Podlovitz, or that fucking guy. He was nonstop tweeting in a way where he's like, well, this doesn't make sense because how could turnout be up from 2020, but Kamala Harris is. It was a very much so, like, I'm just asking questions here that need answers. So
the other ones are like, they believe that Elon Musk used Starlink to hack the voting machines and give Trump a win. That's the conspiracy.
And these are the same people who have spent the last 8 years saying that, well, MAGA, they're just idiots. Donald Trump, people won't vote for this guy. These people are all fucking stupid, who've just, spent all this time making fun of Trump supporters, which, yeah, it's easy to do. Like the hoggiest hog Trump supporters when they're saying, they're like, yeah, Donald Trump, I think he came down from an alien ship to change this country. But now you see liberals doing this shit as well. It's blue MAGA.
It's
the way that they are
full-on blue MAGA.
diehards for the Democratic Party, and the way that they mock Republicans who are diehards, for MAGA, for Trump. Like, do you
Literally
guys see
two
and hear
sides of the same
yourselves?
coin.
Yes. Yeah. Listen, I know you're tired. I could keep talking to you, but I I don't want to keep you too much longer. I want you to go get some sleep. Is there anything else you wanted to leave the people with? Obviously, let us know where we can find you. I have !guest, which will pull up Taylor's Twitter and Substack and all
Don't
that.
follow me on Twitter, please. I hate it. But subscribe to my Substack. It's just usermag.co. I'm also on Instagram. My Twitter is just like mostly like Twitter. I'm just trying to like get off that platform.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
like,
a lot
don't.
of people are.
Also, like, I don't know if you remember, but Elon banned me.
Yes.
And then like ever since he took me off ban, my account's restricted, so I can't send too many DMs a day, and I'm rate limited all the time, and it's just like, it's the worst platform. So, but I am on Blue Sky. I'm on every app, just Taylor Lorenz. And subscribe. And I have a YouTube.
And you're out here. You are tapped in. You continue to be tapped in on all trends, on all things happening online. And what I really like is that you approach things from, how are people using technology? Like, that is how you are looking at all this here, and how you're writing on technology. It's how people online are engaging, and what it is that they're drawn to and why. So
Thank you. That's why I named it User Magazine, because I cover tech from the user
Yeah.
side. So
makes sense.
check it out. It was so great to chat with you.
It was
This
really
so
great to
fun.
chat with you finally. I can't believe it took this long to have you on here, but I've been a fan of your work, and I just want to thank you for coming on. And I hope you get some sleep.
Anytime. Thanks. I'm always around. So hit me up anytime, and I'm sure we'll cross paths. at
Yes,
some
I'm
point again
I'm
soon.
sure we will cross paths soon. Everybody say bye to Taylor. Say thank you,
Bye.
and have a great night.
Thanks.
Bye. Oh my God, fucking Zoom. Motherfucking Zoom. Farley, you've been doing bad boy things. You've been doing bad boy things, Farley. Okay, let me get my cam link back. There we go. I don't know why, but whenever I use Zoom, it just flips the camera. Sorry y'all. I was gonna do what I usually do with it wasn't even so much an interview, it was a conversation. But usually when I do interviews, I open up the floor at the end. But I looked and saw that it had been almost 2 hours, and I didn't want to keep her longer. And she is just, she's a sleepy girl. She's a sleepy gal because she's not all hyped up on energy, zero sugar, go Sour Patch Kids, blue raspberry in the way that I am. It's not even hashtag ad. I'm not even sponsored by them. It's just all I have in the fridge. I think Will buys these as pre-workout. I feel like I could crush this can. That's how hyped up I am. I am always amazed when people tell me they do not consume caffeine, because I consume so much caffeine, especially with streaming at night, especially talking about things. I'm like, shoot it into my fucking veins. I knew she was cool, never realized she was a true leftist. Well, I think that's part of the problem when you... Sir, what can I do for you, sir? Come here. I know, but then you don't want to be up here. And I know you only do this because your dad's not here. Otherwise, you don't give a fuck. What was I saying? Yeah, that is a problem with not being an independent journalist, in that you are not beholden to an editor. You're not beholden to people above you who are dictating what stories are written about and what is allowed. This is Farley right now. Farley energy. Farley, this is you. This is my baby. Also, let me thank everybody who subbed. Universal Power User, thank you for the 3 months. Sako, thank you for the 13 months. Barry Balls, thank you for the 2. Community subs, Barry Balls, thank you for the tier 1. Sumdirt, thank you for the 10. Thank you, Sumdirt. And please go, please subscribe to Taylor's Substack. Go support independent journalists, support your streamers. Support your streamers if you can. Also, just being here is support, even subscribing to Substacks for free is great, If you can't afford it, you can still usually always subscribe for free. Gilthern, thank you for the 25 months. I hope you guys enjoyed that conversation. I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that because Taylor is close to my age. Taylor and I are both in our 30s, but she is way more tapped in than I am. Like when we were talking in the beginning and she was like, do you remember, this era and this and that? I'm like, no, no, because I am a 32-year-old who got into content 2 years ago, but also had a very limited understanding and experience with all things online. Would you ever write an article? Well, I used to have a blog. I used to have a blog, which is probably going away because I really don't want to pay to keep my WordPress. I'm like, I don't want to keep this site. I don't write on this blog anymore. Will you post? I missed beginning of the interview. Will you post it as a vlog or on YouTube? Yeah, this will be in the VOD. Don't let Taylor see your old opinions on Bernie Bros. Look, I actually, listen, you little brat, okay? My number one enemy. I think that I am a perfect example. I am somebody who you should listen to on things like this because I was fucking there. I lived in that mindset. I lived this. And I had my waking up. I had my waking up, and I think that 2024, I think this election will be that moment for people who, like me, were, really loyal to the party in that they didn't believe the party needed to do any introspection, that the Democrats were never at fault. Because the Democrats, just by virtue of being the Democrats, are the good guys. So, yeah, Caroline was born and it chatters merely adopted it. Yes, I'm looking at the screenshot, you little fucker. How many times do I have to say that this was my journey, okay? 2016, dyed in the wool Democrat. 2019 was progressive, but not the progressive, not the leftist that I am now. Yeah, oh, you weren't born with perfect politics? Kind of cringe. And it's why I speak about this stuff, you know? It's why I talk about this stuff, because I really feel like I understand. So a white man will be the headliner at the women's convention. Someone please explain this to me. Yeah, I'm still waiting on that explanation. I'm still waiting on it. I do understand this mentality because I held that mentality. I held those beliefs for a very long time. And when I was presented with a lot of the things that I now am saying to people who are like me back then, I know why they are resisting it. I know why they don't want to hear anything but anything but blaming marginalized groups for the Democrats' losses. They only want to hear that Kamala Harris lost because this country hates women. And go no further past that. I didn't want to hear anything about Hillary because all I believed was that Hillary was criticized. Hillary, people didn't vote for her because she's a woman. Because because this country 8 years ago, I was like, this country hates women. This country is just too misogynist that a woman can never win. A woman can never be president. Rico Suave, thank you for the 4 months. So, I don't know. I mean, I just think my biggest thing is it's never too late to change your beliefs. You are not locked into something just because you were raised that way, just because you're so adamant in sticking with those beliefs simply by virtue of having believed it for a long time. And I recognize that it's hard to, it can be hard to change those beliefs, because what that means is really looking at a lot of things in a totally different way, which isn't great. Like, it's kind of the whole, kind of goes along with like ignorance is bliss, where your mind changes, your understanding of something shifts, it grows. You take in new information, or not even new information, but you take in information that you finally are not adversarial towards, that you actually like take in. And it can be really hard to go through that. It's like when I thought Ryan Reynolds was actually a funny guy. And then I realized that he's just a funny actor, and according to Martha Stewart, he's not a funny guy. I need to listen to you more often. I need to read more and find journalists. I'm grateful for his song, but I get ridiculed by my mother, who constantly talks about politics, listens to the Andrew Huberman, Sarah Harris, Lex Friedman kinds of podcasts constantly. She says I need to listen to others, and I'm a happier person if I don't listen to Hassan. I'm a radical if I listen to Chomsky, and I'm cynical for not learning from Elon Musk. It's hard to defend myself. 23 years old, I'm dumb. Yeah, there comes a point sometimes that with our parents, with not just our parents, but family members, you have to realize, like, I'm going my way, and you've gone yours. And you may not be able to sway your parent, but you sure as hell will not let them control your beliefs. You won't let them influence you just by virtue of them being your parent. And it's tough though, because you kind of get to this place where you go, look, I'm going to think independently of you, and I wish that, I wish you could take your own advice. I know you won't, but at the very least, I will not let you force this upon me. There's a lot of people who in this community have experienced this, continue to experience this with their parents. My family's very liberal. So when I was growing up, I was like, oh yeah, we're the cool liberal family. All these other people around us, like, they're all Republicans, and my family's a cool liberal family. And in high school, all my theater friends loved being at my house because my family was like down with the gays, and we were woke before woke was like a thing. And now I am very different from my family, not because I've gone to the right, but because I've gone to the left of them. So sometimes, I don't know, sometimes it can almost be harder to argue with people where you're like, we're on the same fucking side, man. I was talking with Lolo because Lolo had tweeted about how he blocked his mom finally, and he read me the text that his mom sent, and like, insane. And his mom is just like deep down right wing conspiracy rabbit hole type shit. And I was like, my mom's different, but we still have there are still things, and I'm like, we are not the same on this. And I don't know, you get to a point where you go, I don't know if this is where I should be expending my energy, if this is the most productive use of my energy to constantly have conversations with my parent, who we are on the same side. We are on the same side, and yet you need to stop listening to MSNBC. So I don't know. Anyway, chatter, look, go your own way, as Fleetwood Mac says. Listen to the words of Fleetwood Mac, okay? No. I will be right back. TT boy. Down a lonely day. What's my leftist origin? I think Chomsky. I think like really leftist origin. Yeah. I took a lot of philosophy and theology in college, and I was always, there were things that I still believe today that I believed for a long time. And I think also when I stopped being mad about people like Bernie Sanders and went instead, okay, what's going on here? What is this all about? Like, I just wouldn't hear it. I didn't want to hear anything on Bernie Sanders. I mean, I knew who Bernie was because I was a Hillary supporter. But I became really against religion being used as a tool of oppression, as a way to wield power. That happened in college. I hate to say it was like a very is very cliche of like, I started smoking weed and hanging out with my stoner boyfriend and his friends who we all took philosophy and we all took theology and would just smoke shitty weed and talk about stuff like that. Because I grew up Catholic. And what I always say is I am fine with whatever religion you practice, that you follow, but I am not fine with it being used to oppress people, to take away, as an excuse to take away people's rights. But yeah, I was like smoking cigs. I don't know, smoking cigs. I mean, I also, like, as a theater person, as someone who's always been into art and theater and jazz. Kolga Bolga, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Holy shit, thank you. Appreciate ya. I don't know, it was weird because on the one hand, I was like, yeah, anti-war, I would listen to like a lot of music from the 60s. I mean, you guys know my music tastes. You make fun of me for being old. And yet I was just still so stuck in establishment politics because my family worked for the Democratic Party, because I worked for the Democratic Party. And when Donald Trump came along, I think I was operating from a place of it was like Donald Trump is a unique stain on this country. We have to get rid of him. And that's the most important thing. And nothing should be questioned with the Democrats, because the Democrats are, by not being Donald Trump, infallible. That they are, That's pretty much me, but in high school. But yeah, like when I was in high school, I don't know. Also, times were where I grew up and what the era was. I was in many ways ahead of what was happening around me. Like my friends and I were definitely not. We're definitely not like most of the people around us. My family, I mean, because I went to high school in Iowa. And so we we were super about gay marriage being legalized, and when Iowa became the third state to legalize gay marriage, like we did a lot around that. My mom made these shirts. My mom made shirts with the Iowa state, and it was rainbow, and we would go outside the courtroom and like pass out those shirts, so people would go get married in the courtroom, and we were passing out these t-shirts like back in 2009. So yeah, and I lived in like a really heavily conservative Republican area. I had a lot of friends who were closeted. Like it was not a time where we even would speak about those things. It was I know you're gay, but I'm not even going to say anything to put pressure on, because it was like not, it was not a friendly environment. Anywho, look, I'm still on a journey. I don't think that ever ends. I don't think you should ever get to a point where you go, yep, I know everything. Yep, I've got it all figured out. I know exactly everything I believe, and that is never, that it's there's no evolving here that needs to be done. There's no there's no area that I could improve on, that I can learn more on. So I do think that learning is something that should happen throughout your life. It's lifelong. The end of learning is the beginning of death. Yeah, my papa always would say, like, the day that I stop learning, that I stop being curious, I might as well be dead. I was like, oh, okay. So because I had that ingrained in me, even though I had many years in my life where like I was not actively seeking knowledge every day, at least not in a way that would question what I believed at that time. It was something always in the back of my mind that like has always driven me forward, and why I have changed my beliefs even if it took a minute to get there. Ahem. Wad People Dinner, thank you for the 24 months. All right, I want to cover this story really quickly, and then we can get to some fun reacts. What's the most important thing you learned about in philosophy? See, that's a thing where I'm like, okay, I need to go back and revisit a lot of the philosophers that I read back then, and that's an area of my life that I've fallen off on. But what I would say is I just remember starting to have these conversations and starting to think about like meaning in life, and do we, can we give meaning to our lives? Or is life itself inherently meaningless, and we ascribe meaning by the little things? And what does that look like? Like, what does it look like to give your life meaning through the relationships that you have, through the small, what you might look at as trivial things in life. just you know what philosophy taught me? To have an existential crisis. That's philosophy taught me to have panic attacks. I'm joking. Okay. Anyway. So this is a story about the director Steve McQueen, who is the director of Black Panther. He also directed 12 Years a Slave, Windows, Hunger, Red, White, and Blue, Education. He's a British film director. And he dropped out of Poland's Image Film Festival, even though he has this new movie coming out called Blitz, and his film was screening at this film festival, but the festival's founder and head, Marek Zidowicz, wrote an op-ed. Let's see what he wrote in this op-ed. News of McQueen's decision was first reported this afternoon by The Hollywood Reporter. We received the same statement from McQueen's reps shortly after. The Blitz filmmaker said, having read Marek Zidowicz's op-ed concerning female cinematographers, I have decided not to attend the opening night presentation of my film Blitz this weekend. McQueen said, although he has issued an apology, I cannot get past what I consider deeply offensive words. I have enormous respect for cinematographers of all genders, including women, and believe we have to do and demand better to make room for everyone at the table. Yeah, you just know that if a guy is writing an op-ed about female cinematographers, it is not going to be good. In the article titled Time for Solidarity, published last week in the Craft magazine Cinematography World, Zidowicz outlined the path that he believes the cinematography-focused festival can take as the wider film festival continues to change at speed. The greatest change Zidowicz hypothesized was the growing prominence of women cinematographers and directors. Oh, no! Jesus, you know what? Hollywood, let's get rid of the 5 directors and 5 cinematographers that are women. Too much progress. Too much. The film industry has changed too fast, too furious. And it is because there are now that women are allowed to make movies. The thesis of Zidowicz's article, however, was quickly denounced by industry professionals and unions who said it was sexist. The parts that have drawn widespread criticism online are a portion where Zidowicz writes, can we sacrifice works and artists with outstanding artistic achievements solely to make room for mediocre productions? Yeah, so the message there, the assumption there being that if there is a mediocre production, it is because a woman directed the photography and directed the film. And so there are great films not directed by women that are losing spots in the industry because of women-directed mediocre productions. Another comment highlighted by filmmakers such as Reed Morano and Fabian Wagner read, while Energia Camera Image, that is a long name, while Energia Camera Image strives to acknowledge the contributions of women in cinematography, it also aims to maintain artistic integrity. Change? Yes, but let's remain decent and honest. It's about rapid evolution, not a fanatical revolution that destroys the cathedrals of art and throws out its sculptures and paintings. Yeah, so this is like when a film that is like a rare film that has, let's say, more than one Asian person in it, or more than one woman person in it, doesn't do well. Either it's not, critically received, or it doesn't make a lot of money. And then people like this fucking guy will point to it and go, see, this is why we can't have Asian stories. This is why we cannot have a film where there's more than one woman in the main cast. This is why we cannot have this diversity, because this one film did not do well. And that's not to account for the fact that, what we see over and over again are these studios that are doing this diversity aesthetics bullshit where they are harming the quality of a film because they're trying to simply check a box rather than allow said diverse, rather than allow diverse filmmakers and creators to actually have, to actually have control and power over the stories that they're telling. It'll be like, a couple of 75-year-old straight white dudes who are making the decisions on a story that has a gay character, like a young gay character. And do you think that those are the people who should be getting to make those decisions when it comes to diverse creative choices? Because I sure don't. And I just say Marvel. I read a piece recently in the Hollywood Reporter, and it was talking all about the industry, but from the perspective of junior executives and assistants. So basically the way that the film industry works is on the non-performance side of things. So like working at a studio, you start off in the mailroom, or at least you used to. You start off in the mailroom, and then you get hired as an assistant. You work somebody's desk, and then from assistant, you become a junior exec. You become, like you're probably 2 or 3 levels below the head honcho, and you work your way up from there. And then now, you put in your time, you put in the time to gain that experience, and then you get to become a decision maker. You get to be green lighting stories. The issue is that we have not had a change of command in 3 fucking decades, because all of this class of men who came to power in the studio system happened 25, 30 years ago, and they're not going anywhere. So there's not room for the, scores of junior executives, assistants, people who are all below the studio heads, the decision makers, to be moving up into these positions. And it's a major problem, because when the decision makers in Hollywood are still largely white men over the age of 60, so, a lot of these guys who are senior citizens, they're old, and they are still the ones who are deciding what stories get told, and they are the ones deciding how those stories get told. And so, yeah, diverse stories are, they need to be told by, and, the creative control needs to be from those who can best tell these stories. And anywho, back to this piece. Zydowicz's article was promptly denounced by multiple industry organizations, such as the British Society of Cinematographers, which said Zydowicz's words represented an outdated notion of male superiority in the field and equate fairer gender representation with a drop in artistic values. I guarantee you, Zydowicz would never ever consider the shit ton of films directed by men, starring men, greenlit by men that have absolutely failed. That will not have any bearing on men being capable of men being, men continuing to get these opportunities, to continuing to be in positions of power where they are in charge of film festivals, they're in charge of studios, they're, whatever. They're in every facet of the creative process. So yeah, I mean that's that's a problem here, right? So if a female directed film does not do well, is not very good, then no more women. Women are not allowed to fail, right? Black people, you cannot fail. Asian people, you cannot fail. Like, I remember when that movie, Always Be My Maybe, rom-com with Ali Wong and Randall Park came out. And I think it did pretty well, but I was like, yeah, I don't think this is very good. But that's okay, because I think Asian creatives should be allowed to make something that's mediocre. I don't think it should have to be perfection or, just so commercially successful anytime that they make, anytime that they are given an opportunity. Speed, thank you for the gifted sub. Rob, thank you for the 6 months. Retro Chillin', thank you for the 5 months. So the question here, not the question, but the difference here is who's allowed to fail and who is not allowed to fail. And therefore, who deserves opportunities and who doesn't deserve opportunities. And my whole thing is everyone should be allowed to be mediocre and everyone should be allowed to be great, And I'm telling you, as someone who has put a ton of that pressure on myself, because I recognize, like, okay, if I get into this space, like, I'm going to be one of the few. I can't fuck this up. It needs to be perfect. It needs to be, when it comes to film, it needs to be, it's got to be commercially successful, or else there will never be another movie. Like, I will fuck things up for Asian people. I'll fuck things up specifically for Asian women. And yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pressure, and it shouldn't have to be that way. Yeah, if this movie fails, there can never be another Asian woman lead. The BSC statement was quickly supported by the American Society of Cinematographers, which reshared the letter on its website. Similar statements have since been shared by almost a dozen industry unions, including the Canadian Society of Cinematographers, the Society of Camera Operators, and the Women's Cinematographers Network of Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Camera Image has been set to kick off this weekend in Torun, Poland, with a screening of Blitz. McQueen had also been set to receive an honorary award at the festival. We have reached out to the festival for comment. Camera Image is set to close with a screening of Universal's Wicked remix, starring Ariana Grande. Cate Blanchett will head the competition jury. So good on Steve McQueen for dropping out of this. And that sucks because his film is screening there. Filmmaking at the end of the day is a business. If you don't deliver results, you can't expect people to invest in you. Okay, so first of all, what I'm saying is that men and white men have been allowed to fail over and over and over and over again. And that has no bearing on whether they have continued to receive opportunities. And when we're talking about the film industry, we're talking about for the last 100 years. So this isn't a matter of, hey, it's just business. And if it's not good business, then you don't get a shot. No, this is also used as an excuse to make sure that we don't keep making progress with who is allowed in the door. Yeah. So let's not get it twisted. And then additionally, he's just saying this without any fucking data to support it. This is just mediocre films are replacing excellent films that deserve a spot here, and those mediocre films are being, directed by women. Like this is a man who's just saying things. He is saying things because those are his vibes. Yeah. Right? It's like when people will just blanket statement go, yeah, woke has killed Hollywood. The fuck does that mean? Or they'll say, there's just, too much diversity now. Really? Because let's look at the stats. Let's look at what is still the reality in the film industry. There were like 5 women, something around that number, that directed the top 100 grossing films. And it's not because women suck. It's not because, if it's a top grossing film, it's, top grossing because a man directed it. It's because of opportunity. This movie we spent $0 on advertising for failed. Surely it's the fault of the movie. Surely it's the fault of the person who directed the movie. I totally missed this is not the Steve McQueen I thought it was. Okay, so there's 3 Steve McQueens. There's Steve McQueen, the actor from Vampire Diaries. There's Steve McQueen, the British filmmaker who is featured in this story. And then there is Steve McQueen, the American actor who starred in films like The Great Escape, but died like 45 years ago. Anyway, so good on Steve McQueen for dropping out, because those comments are very damaging. It feeds into this perception of, it feeds into this into these assumptions, into these false notions that women are inferior as creative professionals and therefore are not deserving of opportunities, that any problems happening within the film industry is due to DEI, is due to Hollywood going woke by having women behind the camera, even though men still greatly outnumber women behind the camera, by having, diverse actors on screen, by having diverse stories. So, yeah, I mean, this is really annoying. It's just annoying to see someone who is the director of a festival have those beliefs that they do not hesitate at all to express publicly. Like, do we not see how this is part of the problem of those who are making the decisions? As the festival director, he decides what's shown at the festival. He's in charge of this fucking festival. And this is a guy who believes that women have been causing a decline in the in the excellence of art, in the excellence of filmmaking. This is a guy who is in charge of a fucking film festival. This is someone in a position of power who holds this belief. We should revisit that clip of Kirsten Dunst at that Actors Roundtable politely ripping Juliana Margulies a new one. I probably watch that clip at least once a week and have seen it a total of at least 1,000 times. Saying that when Megalopolis just came out and flopped, or Joker, Folie à Deux, which is, I I think, the #1 film of all time in how much money it cost to how much money it generated at the box office. And being #1 in that regard is a bad thing because it didn't make any fucking money because it lost so much money. And yet, Todd Phillips will continue to work, right? No problem. Same thing with David O. Russell. David O. Russell lost $80 million on Amsterdam, not to mention the fact that he is he is an abuser and has physically abused people in the industry, as well as having sexually abused his niece. Like, this guy is a monster. He is horrible. And it's not just that he's been horrible to people who are not in positions of power to do anything about it. He is like frequently doing shit such as punching studio CEOs in the fucking face. And this guy also has lost tens of millions of dollars because his films flopped. But no problem. David O. Russell continues to get opportunities. Continues. After Amsterdam flopped, he had like 3 movies lined up. Anyway. Anyway, y'all. Look at Farley. This is what he does. This is what he does when Will is not here. I don't know why. He is just falls into this depression, and he wants, I don't know, like he'll jump in my lap, but then he doesn't want to be up here. Like, what? But he doesn't do this when I'm gone. He does not do this when I am not here. No, it's not being obsessed with mommy. No. No. How do I know? Because I know. It's okay, though. Because I love you unconditionally. I love you unconditionally. You know what it is, too, is Will takes him for his first walk of the day. So he associates Will with good things, even though I also walk him and I feed him. But he doesn't associate me with that. He associates me with the insanity in the kitchen. So what you're saying is, Will, a white man, has infinite opportunities for Farley love, but with you, it's one and done. Yep, that's it. I fucked up one time. I make one mistake, and he holds it against me forever. This is how it is. All right, y'all. Let's do some fun reacts. Let's do some motherfucking Survivor. Let's do some motherfucking Survivor. Yeah, I'm charging my phone. This is true. Oh my God. Kid Fury, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 20 banger. 20 gifted subs, mate. In anticipation of Survivor. Oh my gosh. Please. Please, Farley. Can't concentrate. I can't concentrate. I know he's just pawing at me, but then he jumps down. This is what I'm talking about. Drives me fucking nuts. Drives me fucking insane. This is what he does. Pause. Paws at me. I pick him up. And then he immediately wants to get back down. My dog is the same. What is this? Why? Okay, are we on episode 9? I think we're on episode 9, correct? Episode 9? It is cat behavior. Mm-hmm. Does anybody remember the last episode? I think it was episode 8, because remember they went to... They eliminated Annalise and Tara, except they didn't. Except they sent them to the exile beach. Okay, it is episode 9. And Australian Survivor. This is a game. We have to survive. But it's not just the physical. It's not just the physical challenges. In fact, it's the social game that you have to win. You've got to survive. You've got to survive. You got to survive, mates. Do you mind pausing the music in the background? You asked that so nicely. I can't even hear it. Always tell me when I still have the background music playing and we're watching something or who are in relationships, when they get chosen for the show, they go, honey, listen, I'm going to have to fuck everyone. Just know it's not because I want to. It's because I have to. It's because I have to survive. I have to. Wait. Okay. Sorry to pause again. But hearing them say this, so the season that my aunt was on, Survivor Fiji, one of the reasons that everyone hated her, I mean, she was kind of a bitch, but it is Survivor, is because she was the old woman. She was like in her 50s. And everyone, for the most part on Survivor's pretty young, you know? And it was the same shit. It was the same shit. Sylvia's your aunt. Yes, Sylvia Kwan. And is that Farley?
It's Farley.
Oh my God.
It's Farley.
Wait, where did those come from?
These are my plushies that are coming out. This is the hot sauce pup, and this is regular Farley. See, look.
It's the boy.
He got the hot sauce.
It's the boy. Wait, these are so fucking cute.
Yeah, those are the first ones.
These are so cute. Oh, it's the boy. Survivor Fiji was season 14. Got it. Look at how fucking cute this Farley plushie is. He has the underbite. He has the underbite. What a cutie. Y'all, yeah, we're, look, chat. Okay, just please don't dogpile on people, all right? I have a 10-minute delay, I know. If you come in here, though, and we're doing something else, please respect what I'm doing. When we move on, I really like to move on. I don't like to stop what I'm doing and go back to something that I covered like 2 things ago. So, chat, do not dogpile, please. And new chatters, if you're in here and we're doing something else, just, sorry, we're doing say about Ben. He literally said, is having Henry and Ben on your team a plus? And none for you. Actually would have lost my mind in a challenge like this because I hate being grabbed. Like this game, it's just all grabbing and people holding you like this and also drowning you. But I hate it makes my blood. Love how, look, everyone's a liar. Everyone's a manipulator. You have to play the game to win. But I love how they try and still call each other out. You have to get very creative in the way that you can call other people out who are also okay, I just have to say something. I have to say something. One reason why Now I feel like I have to support Ken, but especially with Jackie, you know, she was by far the oldest woman there. You know, Survivor is a this is my first season of Survivor. I'm like, Survivor is a game that the young people seem to dominate, and they get together, they band together against the olds. Again, my first season of Survivor that I've ever watched, but I don't know, like Jackie just had those motherfucking abs, and she was a bad bitch, you know? She was a bad bitch, and they hated her. They hated her because they're afraid of getting old. But what Jackie showed was that she was 51, but physically, you know, in a shape that a lot of those 32-year-old abs couldn't compete with, you know? She went up against the youngs. And she showed them. She showed them who Mama Jack was. Her smoke too strong, her fit to fly. And Henry, you know what? Actually, the villain in this is Henry. The villain in this is Henry because he took their immunity idol. Caroline from Survivor Viewer. He took their immunity idol, and Jackie needed that. So we know who to blame here, and the person to blame is Henry. And it was also kind of sad at the end with Jackie and Kent as you know, the little alliance there, because they were the old folks on the team. They were the old folks on the team. Oh, Jackie, you know. Pour one out. Pour one out for Jackie, and may we live to see Henry get crushed. May we live to see Henry taken out. He cannot win. He cannot keep getting away with it. Okay, so here are who my faves are. Here's who I, at this moment, am pulling for. Ben. No, okay. I do like Sarah. I do like Sarah, even though she was like, she's just annoying. She keeps talking about how she's 51. I'm like, Sarah, one day you'll be 51. Not me, but one day you'll be 51. Just remember that. Sarah, you know, she's shady, but like kind of everyone on the show is shady. I like Annalise. I like Annalise because there's some people who are like extra bitchy. You know, Jericho there at the end where he's like, the only person who could have saved you abandoned you. That was some fucking attitude. Okay, Sarah, Annalise, Pete. Like, what's Pete up to? What's Pete doing? I cannot help but to like Luke. I cannot help but to like Luke. You know, I like Lockie. I'm trying to think of who else is. Pete is a streamer, by the way. This is the only post-show lore I'll give. I think I did know that. I think I maybe saw something. Someone posted in the Discord or something. Okay, so Lockie, Luke, Annalise, Sarah. I like Jericho. He's kind of psychotic. He is kind of psychotic. Ziggy's pretty good too. Yeah, I don't know if she's in my right now, the people who, if they won, I'd go, okay, I'm down with it. I think Kent mod check. Hello, mod check. Any Kent enjoyers? Anybody who's pulling for Kent? I like Odette. I think the problem with Odette is that she just hasn't gotten that much airtime. I feel like when she speaks, I'm always surprised to hear her speak. Like, give us more Odette. I want more Odette. Who else am I missing talking about? Who on Sumatow? Is that everyone? Hey. Hey.
We got a new sponsor.
Wait, what?
Hexclad, the pan company. They sponsor us now. We got their whole set here.
We got pans?
Yeah, Hexclad pans.
We got pans. Oh, AK? AK. Oh, AK. Here's how I feel on AK. I'm not pulling for AK to win, but I'll keep him around. I like the drama that happens with AK there, and the fact that everybody thinks he's some genius. They're like, he's just such a genius. There's nothing that we can do. We're not as smart as him. He's just too good. Did I hear Hexclad? Yeah, he said that apparently Hexclad sent us pans. Thank God, since, I cook all the time. You know why his name is AK? It stands for all knowing. All knowing. That's AK. It is funny how smart people think he is and how smart he thinks he is as well. I actually think, as far as who's playing the game the best, I do think Henry is really playing the game. I think Luke's doing a good job. I think AK is doing well enough. He's just not some unique genius. Gotta give love to Jericho and his cookie scheme. What about Jared? Wait, who the fuck is Jared? Jared. Oh, I forgot about Jared. Oh yeah, Jared's a little bit of an NPC. I'm sorry, Jared, you're the only Asian character on the show. But I just mean as far as Jared hasn't really made a move yet. Jared hasn't made a big move yet. But he's still in it, He's still in it. He is still in it. But somebody like Jared could, as I'm watching the show, I see how somebody like Jared can go far because he's decent at the challenges. So he's not going to run the risk of getting voted off because he sucks at the challenges. But he's not too, he's not too aggro, alpha, bringing attention to himself because he's a major threat. He also isn't pissing too many people off by being a little, weasel. Wait, Jericho's Asian? He's Filipino. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know Jericho's Filipino. So we have two Asian guys on the show. Let's go. Asian representation. So Jared, I could see Jared going pretty damn far. He's got a good combination. Who else is like that? Like, I'm trying to think of people who have not been in trouble yet, whose names haven't come up. Maybe an Odette. What if Kent ends up winning? Kent ends up winning the whole damn thing. That would be really something in his little Speedo. Do you think you or Will would be better at the mental game? Will. Although Will, I think Will would be more of a target. So it's hard to say. Would that make him better at the mental game if he is still a target because people are like, that Will Neff, he's playing the game. He's manipulating. I think I think Will would be, I don't know, he is likable though. He is likable. Okay, let's do a quick poll. And you better answer this very carefully. I'm going to give you 1 minute. Can you do a one-woman show of Hamilton for stream? Yeah. If I get to 10,000 subs, I'll do a one-woman show of Hamilton. And then I will get sued to the ends of the earth. Okay, there's a poll. Who would get eliminated first? What the fuck? Anon, thank you for the 10. Is that because you voted that I would get eliminated first? Or because you feel sorry that I am 83%? %83 of y'all think that I would get eliminated before Will. Is it because of the gay first day? I'll do gay first day. I will do gay first day. You think I won't do gay first day? You think I won't be like, okay, who wants to fuck? So I can stay. What do you need? No, okay, here's what my strategy would be. If Will and I were on the same season, I would get everybody to vote him out. I would make up all sorts of shit. Just so I didn't lose to him. No, you're right. Okay, Will has a lot more experience, but give, let's say 10 Survivor seasons from now. It's like in the Matrix when they are programming Neo's brain with Here's how. Here, you're now a black belt in karate. Like, it's in there. Going hard at people early raises red flags for people. Look, you just have to trust the process. You have to trust the process. I would say right now I do think that Will, just because he understands Survivor more, but I have been learning from I've been learning from watching. I have watched and I have learned. And I am continuing to learn. And I will continue to learn. Can the yarn survive Survivor? Okay, if it's the yarn, Sam is getting eliminated first. Cutie. Actually, okay, I don't know. Because Cutie might come out really hard and she might piss too many people off. It can go either direction. She either master manipulates or she immediately pisses people off. You know what? Sam might fly under the radar too. Sam might be like a Jared. Cutie could do the strats, but not the survival. Yeah, Cutie would be like, she would be like AK, where the minute that the minute she appeared on camera, she's like, I'm playing the game. I'm here to play the game of Survivor. I would vote Cutie out first. Yeah, maybe Sam actually sneaky makes it to the end. Sneaky Sam. Sneaky Sam. I saw your fish and chips video. I think that directly correlates to Survivor. Well, I think actually what that shows is I am unique in the way that I do things. And you never know what to expect. That's what I think. I think it's you never know what's going to happen with me. So don't count me out too soon, because you never know when I may do something insane. So just wait and see. Motherfuckers. All right, y'all. I gotta get up early. So we're not watching another episode, and I'm not doing any gaming, but I'll be back tomorrow. Though. I will say that last night I went to bed at 3:45, which is an improvement. It's the earliest that I've gone to bed in quite some time. So we're getting there. We are getting there. Didn't you have an audition the other day? Yeah, I've had a few of those. Thank you for the stream, Caroline Kwan from Women. You are welcome. Oh, also, let's see who we have so far in first place. Kolga Bolga and Kid Fury are currently tied first place for the Quantarage's Sexiest Chatter Alive, which I decided we were doing at the top of stream, and it is pay to play. Just like John Krasinski paid, according to a blind item, millions of dollars to be sexiest man alive. You too, as a chatter, can do what John Krasinski did. I'm gonna send you I'm gonna send you guys over to my podcast partner, who worked hard on getting that edit together. And the podcast episode will be out tomorrow, Thursday. Please, if you have not already, follow on YouTube, Twitter, Spotify. I'm not sure where we're at with Apple Podcasts. We're still working that out. But Apple Podcasts, and then Instagram, I think we're on. Oh, yes, there's the link tree. Thank you very much. Episodes come out on Thursdays as of right now. Thanks for the random bump, the algorithm bump, YouTube, which happened on Sunday. I don't know how these things happen, but our first episode is at like over 30,000 views, which is really great. So please, please keep doing all those things. And I appreciate you. I appreciate you guys. Just a couple gals out here talking about stuff. And we'll be talking about more stuff tomorrow. Okay, everyone. Hasta